Live again. Hello, everyone. This is Amy. I'm an indie developer currently working on the fan game of Shenmue Architect / Freedom Planet Academy. And I'm also helping out with the Freedom Planet 2 mod of Spade. Like, Kubo's the one working on all the code for it. I'm just helping out with the sprites. Here's desk pins again. Yeah, let me keep this chat here. And I apologize I didn't alert y'all to stream like an hour in advance. I would have normally liked to do that, but well, after work today, I really needed some self-care. Take care of myself, which kept me away from the desk. I feel so much better. Just needed a shower and all. I meant to also redo my nails. They're all chipped up from all the chemicals I handled, but oh well, it's not too big of a deal for a stream at least. Y'all don't even know if I have pants on or not, do you? Let alone what's on my nails, unless I show you. And yes, I do have pants on. I'm not that kind of streamer. Just, right. And oh, I see an Argo in the chat. Oh my, indeed. No, I would not do that. Like, seems legit, operator. It's good to see you. Oh, so since the last time we streamed, we had a little some contributions from Creeper from the previous chat. He decided to just make the Saga Cube sprites for Spade because they were missing from the mod, and also the pie frame, which Leaf helped add some extra details to make him look more stuck in the pie. Then yes, and I also added more cells to the sprite sheet because it's pretty clear that some people mistook the lack of cells as like, oh, you're almost done with the sheet, aren't you? And it's like, no, sadly, nowhere near done. We have so many animations to do, so this will be a little bit easier to anybody who wants to collaborate. Well, easier to understand that, yes, there's a lot of work to do with Spade. I suppose today we could probably like add shading to his cutscene sprites. It's some low-hanging fruit, but it's necessary. If you're going to make a mod and then not even update the cutscenes sprites for Spade for other playable characters while the mod is installed, like just, what are you even doing? Like, this is like real easy stuff because like it's literally the same frame for the most part, and you just copy and paste the shading details onto it, and those items will be done. When it comes to like big scope projects, like you'll tend to just kind of knock out all the individual items as you can, and depending on the scope, the change is necessary. Oh yes, that's right. What did I do last time? Yes, we worked on his rolling sprite. I guess one thing I could do, like I could work on the mid-air sprite because we do need that as well. And Leaf already shaded his standing attacking sprite, so yes, I don't need to worry about that. No, nobody has shaded this yet. Like, the most that I've done is like add some shading prior to ending the stream last time, so I need to finish the job today on this one. And Leaf did running, and I do need to go back and polish his hair for the walk cycle because yeah, it doesn't move, whereas in the original, like, it absolutely moves around and it looks nice and fluid. And I did this, that, and we don't have a looking up animation for him either, so maybe on the next stream I could do that from scratch, just get like do some red line skeleton work and figure out how we want him to look up. Probably not too distinct from the other characters, just making the skeleton from scratch so that even if his motions are similar to the other characters, at least the The baseline is done from scratch, so it still looks like it's unique to him. It still has his unique expressions and movement. That's very important for each character. We all move differently. We all have different quirks. It's important to reflect that variability in the art we create as well. So, yes, let's make another copy of what is this frame that I've got here? Oh, yeah, that's when I was working on the walk cycle. I was iterating between frames to be sure that everything was like transitioning smoothly with the shading. Very tricky business. Don't guess I'll need this one now, because I did the walk cycle just fine. Like, the only thing I'll be testing with the next art pass is making the hair flow better, because right now it's pretty static. I'll need to look at the original sprites for reference, because I glossed over that while making the thing. And if we want it to look like the sprites belong in FP2 proper, we've got to have that subpixel fluid movement. Because if you just ignore subpixeling, like, it's definitely not going to look like the way it moves in motion is going to clash with the rest of the assets in play. Like, there's a lot of high-level sprite art techniques at work in Freedom Planet 2. And if anyone hasn't been looking at Twitter, this is our animation model for Spade, more or less. So, like, while we're animating him, like, after we do the stick figure fates for a new animation, just to figure out his motion, we would then have just kind of block him out together with, like, solid colored shapes. Like, so, like, the limb that is closest to the camera will be like a light gray, and the limb that's furthest away would be like the dark gray shades. And that would also help inform like what shading each limb should have too. This is something Pixie showed me. It's a really cool technique. So you'll notice, like, on Shade's closest arm to the camera, like, it has all these highlights and stuff, and then you look at what would be the darkest limb, like, it doesn't have those highlights. So shading the character in this way, like, make sure that you don't have those crisscross interactions with the limbs, and you don't get anything mixed up during animation. And it also informs your subconscious while just pixeling away in the mind's like, okay, don't put highlights on this particular limb while you're doing that. So yeah, Pixie showed me lots of great techniques that is helping me with the next project, and I'm taking that that knowledge with me into the Spade mod as well, and hopefully we'll succeed and have good results. Let's hope so anyway. So yes, now on to some actual shading work. I like to have a sprite, like a fully shaded sprite of Spade handy while I shade things from scratch. It makes things a lot easier because it helps me relate each of the colors for a shading to the rest of his body. Because sometimes, it's easy to lose track of what you're supposed to do sometimes with all the different smatterings of colors that you have to work with. Okay, yeah, it looks like I fully shaded this frame. And then, yep, that's not very well shaded compared to this one. It's missing all this contrast and the in-between colors. So we'll put this sprite of him in a new layer, so it's not destructive to our canvas. And and in fact, it would be more helpful to use this frame as a reference because, like, well, it's very different from the main sprite. So we'll have a copy of this one next to it, so I don't have to zoom constantly between the two. Then, let's see, this, that. Now, okay, now I don't have to move the canvas while I do this. We can just pixel away without moving and disorienting our eyes. Because yeah, it is nice that, you know, streaming at 720p 60 fps, I can just move the camera like canvas like this, and oh yeah, it's gonna look nice and smooth. But I don't want to make anyone motion sick by doing that constantly. That can happen. It can be too disorienting to watch a stream if an artist has particularly bad drawing habits anyway. You never want to zoom in too much when you're drawing. Like, yes, it is helpful to do that while working, because, you know, you don't want to strain your eyes too much by closely zooming in on everything. But if you do it too much, like, you're going to miss the forest or the trees, so to speak, and lose track of you know, the overall picture. Like, oh, that's a particularly detailed hand, but look at how misshapen the arm that it's attached to is. Oh no, I didn't notice because I stayed zoomed in too much. Can't have that now. Yes, like this sprite looks fine. It just needs a little more contrast. Oh, in fact, I need to like transpose this reference frame on top of the original so that I can tell what I'm shading as I go. Like, keeping shading consistent is even more tedious and annoying than just drawing individual frames, or at least it can be. Because, you know, if the shading is not consistent between frames, it's going to be pretty disorienting to look at as well. Because your brain's intuition for color and light is going to be constantly toyed with. It's not fun. So we have this. Yeah, it looks like I was already like doing some shading work on this on the prior stream. Yeah, we'll definitely want like some reduction here, so. And very careful and procedural about this. Otherwise it'll look pretty bad in motion. And again, I've got to stay zoomed out, relatively speaking. It helps that this is pixel art and not digital art, where you're going to be worried about all the anti-aliasing and all. Oh yes, we definitely need some in-between colors here. It's going to look funny without that. Probably transition this just a tiny bit. Yeah, that'll look better. Then, yeah, I do need to talk about my process as I go, because like one of the benefits of watching streaming is like getting an understanding of the art process, the rationale behind every individual art decision that's being made. It's like, you know, you could just watch people draw stuff all day and probably not be able to intuit all the little decisions that are being made along the way. Some self-taught people are particularly good at that, but not all of us are. I know I'm not. It's not often I have a big brain moment and I can see exactly what somebody's doing through the process. That should be okay for the... Well, now I don't like how the root of his hairstyle seems to shift a little bit. That might be a little funny, especially now that it's fully shaded. Yeah, like what we could do instead is subpixel that a little bit. Just maybe have like, you know, like transition the shading a tiny bit to make it look like it's moving at the subpixel level without actually moving. Too bad we don't have any lighter colors I can use. So we've got that going on. And yeah, I should be a little consistent with the previous frame by like fully obscuring the tip of his hair in color. Then we do probably want more contrast here as well. Okay, well, if I'm going to do that, I need to have another pixel there. So at least it's consistent. Then I do have to be careful with my own color. Be careful with my own coloring biases, because, like, you know, sometimes like I'm terrible about anti-aliasing because I want, like, you know, perfect shapes, and sometimes you can't do that with pixel art. You have to make some sketchy shapes sometimes to get things to look right when subpixeling or just animating in general, really. Like a clever animator will do all kinds of fudging of animation, I mean, of anatomy for like squash and stretch effects, for instance. So if you like really understand your anatomy, you can like absolutely break the rules of it for certain effects, particularly to communicate all kinds of motion at like lower frame rates in particular. Like, you know, there's lots of films made at like 24 FPS that look extremely fluid just because of all the techniques that are used to achieve that effect. It's incredible. And I don't want to give Spade the appearance of like high cheekbones. I don't think he has those. He's gonna say, "Hey, what's going on?" I don't think he. It's yeah, it's like gotta be consistent there. His nose is not shaded. Although there is some really cool art of him with like really big cheekbones to look all masculine and cool. It's funny. Let's see, so do I have like any extra colors that I could use too? Oh, yes, I do. I'm not gonna anti-alias the scarf too hard, but I feel like we need to like emphasize just a little bit of it rather than all of it. Oh, whoops. Triggered the properties window instead of like turning the layer off. And yeah, we're not really using any in-between colors too much for the scarf, I don't think. Let's double check with the rest of. Okay. Yeah, no, we're not using any of the in-between colors on the scarf, so got to be consistent with that. Let's go back down the attack frame. And yeah, so I'm gonna have to get rid of that. I can't toy with the palette too much. That should add some delicious contrast to the frames. Another reason I like to zoom out with pixel art is like depending on the effect you're going for. Like certain shapes are only going to make sense once you zoom out. Yeah, I don't want to make it look like he has a collar all of a sudden. It still needs to look like a scarf. So yeah, I'm just afraid to put too much lighting on that. So now let's worry about applying the shading from the previous frame onto his legs. Because yes, I did modify the shape of his leg a little bit as for some extra shading. It doesn't look like I'll need to do much to it. Then we'll have this here. Oh yeah, I probably should have some music up that'll keep the stream less monotonous. And I'll keep it on a pretty low volume so that if you are like listening to your own music while playing this, it shouldn't be too offensive in the background. Just gonna think of a soundtrack to play first, though. That way, we're still working. It's very important. Like, this isn't the Amy is picking music stream. Like, this is the we came here because Spade stream. So yeah, and I'm still trying to think of like what would be the most ideal streaming schedule for streaming Spade progress, because like I know there's lots of people who are very interested in this mod and me working on it, but the timing is not super convenient for a lot of people. Oh, and hello there. Good to see a new person here. Another Spade fan, I presume. Yes, and oh, yeah, we're going to need to darken his shoes for this frame. And that one. And probably darken cuffs on his shoes here. Oh, just Freedom Planet in general, so you just like everything. That was kind of me too with Freedom Planet 1. I just liked everything about it. Which led to me making an entire fan game to celebrate that passion. Yeah, no, this doesn't look very consistent, so for that sake, just leave it like this. Then, yes, but it's good to see more Freedom Planet fans. Like, this is still a very niche series to get into, and FP2 just kind of digs itself further down into that niche rather than like broadens beyond it. So but I am hoping like the sequel does like get more people into the boat, so to speak. Having extremely high quality art will certainly pull in a lot of eyeballs, at least. Like, there's lots of rare pixel art techniques on display with FP2. Like, I still don't know how they did it all, but here we are. Oh, yes, and we gotta have, like, 2 pixels of anti-aliasing for some things, because that does look a little better. Another thing Pixie showed me indirectly. Wait, should I? Now, if I make his teeth dark too, that would probably look really funny, but the least I could do is like shade this part so that there's more contrast in the mouth. That should look better. What? I'm curious, like, like how half of you got here as far as like getting into Freedom Planet. Like everyone has like a wildly different story, and some of them can be kind of funny. Just be a generally good question to ask, I think. Ooh, like this hand definitely needs some more love. Like in my case, what drew me to Freedom Planet was like, it was a very strange time in like the Sonic fan game scene where there wasn't a whole lot of stuff that was getting finished, and I really wanted to see like a finished Sonic fan game, particularly of the quality that Freedom Planet 1 presented. it was just wild to see something that was both finished and really good. It just um, it hit me in that sweet spot that I felt like hadn't a niche of mine that hadn't been catered to since the likes of Sonic Rush, like years and years ago. So it was just I ended up playing FP1 until it was like a piece of used chewing gum to me. Like I got 400 hours on Steam. I have gotten so much mileage out of that game. And there's still very few others like it, so that's why it got worn out. If there were more games of that variety in the commercial space, like it, the playtime on it would be like more leveled out between all of them. But yeah, Spark is like one of the few other things that are even adjacent to Freedom Planet. It's also something I like, but yeah, Freedom Planet was like the one that really drew me in and inspired me to dig even harder into becoming an indie developer, because I thought at the time, it seemed like impossible for indies to produce like fully finished video games in like 2014, especially a Freedom Planet 1 scope. But here it was, and it was incredible. It was like its release was not just like another release for me. It felt like an event, like a cycle had been broken. Just such a good time. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, that's good to hear. So you watched that stream? Yeah, I feel like the last time the fan game was like showcased in any capacity, like it was in a pretty rough shape. So hopefully the next public demo will leave a stronger impression on people. Like I've been doing a lot to bolster the existing content, and as well as adding new stuff, of course. Like the Shenmue Architect editor especially got a complete makeover, and there's still more stuff I want to do to it to make it better to use. And I need to revisit some of the tile sets too, so that they're stronger and better for everybody to use, instead of like these very limiting old tile sets from when I was still learning how to make those things. I definitely bumped into some issues of that variety when I was like trying to make a new stage with the mountain tile set. I was like, oh no, I've got to do something about this. This is not good. So yeah, like so I feel like with the next public demo, I'm close to releasing. Like that should be an interesting thing for more Freedom Planet fans who are probably wanting something new to play that's Freedom Planet adjacent. But in the fan game scene now, like most people just pay attention to finished projects. They very few will like give a demo an honest try. They'll just wait to see if it becomes a finished thing, instead of getting attached to a project that may not go anywhere. But releasing demos is still very useful, because you can attract all kinds of people who might come out of the woodwork to help you out, as well as like attract more of a following of people who might be like, I want to see where this project goes. I want to see if it releases, and they'll follow you on Twitter and things like that. So I hope that the next demo fulfills that at the very least. It will include, the Taishan Peaks stage, and a whole lot of revised content for the existing levels, and overall more polish, I'd hope, and balancing quality of life things being addressed for the editor component too. And we have like 3 other languages that can be chosen for the UI now too, so that was like a big thing. Oh, yeah, this shading is not very consistent here. Let's fix that. Yeah, that should be less jarring. There we go. I think we can move on from this frame now. Let's do that. Make a copy of this one and move on to the next frame. And then go. Okay, so yes, we have a lot of work to do with this one, which will be a little tricky. We'll have to zoom in for a couple things because there's like some really tiny details here. There we go. Just trying to add some contrast to the smears. Not like change their shapes, because I felt like the shapes they have here are just, they're perfectly fine. They don't need to be changed. Just complementing them with extra shade colors. At least the perception of more shading anyway. And there's probably a reason that little line is squiggly, so we'll not mess with that either. No, probably shouldn't mess with that. Okay, now let's shading this should be a little more interesting to watch, because like, yeah, well, I did copy and paste the shading for his legs for the most part from the previous stream. Like the upper body still needs a lot of attention, as you can see. Just compare the amount of shading. Like the amount of shading we need to do here. I'm gonna have to shade his head from scratch again, just to be sure that we get the fluidity of his hair movement right. Because if I copy and paste anything, I'm gonna lose all that hair detail, like when I was like sloppily trying to, or rather, I was rushing through his walk cycle and lost that hair detail. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people still don't know about the mod, and yeah, I think a lot of people who are as well are probably just waiting for it to be finished. Because, you know, again, people like mostly pay attention to finished stuff in the fan game scene, at least. It's not that they don't care about unfinished content, just most people now, like, there's so much finished content to play with. You know, you can just play all the other stuff while you wait for your next favorite mod, more or less, to be finished. So that's not a bad thing. It's kind of good. I think it makes the scene richer for it. It certainly takes some pressure off fan developers too. And yes, his design was definitely a glow up in the sequel, I would say. Like, he really does have that cool guy persona that he's trying to project, and like, you know, he tried to sound cool and all in Freedom Planet 1, but here it's like the way he's presenting himself is definitely complementing that projection. Oh yeah, I would say like every redesign was like only a good thing. I don't enjoy like drawing FE2 Lilac because of the extra layers of clothes attached, but like I still think objectively speaking that is the better design. It's just, you know, if you're a fan artist, you might want to make a simpler take on the outfit so you can get more fan art out instead of like only making like 2 pieces of Lilac fan art ever. And Spade and the others, though, they're not so bad to draw. And yes, that is definitely one of the funnier Easter eggs. I think, wasn't that an Easter egg in Freedom Planet 1 that is like, you know, his talking about his coolness. At least I seem to remember that anyway. Uh, how much could I? No, we can't put too much contrast up here. One thing I try my best to take into account with Freedom Planet sprites, at least, is, you know, high contrast is the name of the game, because, you know, it's like trying to call back to all the Genesis games in general, as well as treasure games. Like, oh yeah, that's right. I didn't think about that. Lilac does have most of the bloopers in the original. It makes sense. Okay. I don't even know how much the other characters got, really. Like, you can definitely tell Dawn had fun with the role, given all those bloopers and everything. I can just imagine if there's any blooper reels of her more modern work, they're probably really hilarious. Like, she's absolutely grown so much as a person and an artist and in her craft, and naturally, like, the more scripts you consume, like, the more your sense of humor is going to expand as well. So she's probably just got like a mental bandolier of all kinds of funny things just ready to say with a new character voice. Oh yes, that's right. This is a GIMP. It's probably hard to tell because I put on the old classic theme, but yes, like, there's Wilbur and everything right here. Like, I basically reduced GIMP like down to a really simple toolbox, like for pixel art, and yeah, just kept it simple. Like, because like all the photo editing stuff really just bogs down the UI. I think in general it makes GIMP look more intimidating, but thanks to the toolbox options, you can really customize the way you want it to look. So it's probably why it was hard to recognize at first. Like, you can even group your tools together now. It's really nice. MS Paint is only just now getting this feature. And GIMP has just had this for like, what, nearly 4 or 5 years now. So I can just have like a nice simple toolbox, and uh-oh. There's this one persistent bug in the Windows version of GIMP. Like, sometimes the toolbox will, very specifically with the tool group enabled, like, just close itself. So let me save the canvas and restart GIMP. I can't believe it did it to me again. All right. Okay, let's not open the menu again. So where were we? Yes, oh yeah, that was just me casually opening Shenmue Architect for editing later. Like, right now, our attention is on Spade, of course. Oh, and happy birthday, Creeper. Or Joker. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's good to know. I hope this is some entertaining content for the start of your day. I'm not like the the crazy extra social yelling type, but I try my best to just entertain by simply doing things and hoping that people find interest in that, and having their questions answered on what I'm doing in the craft and my rationale for different things. I'm not the best artist out there, but there's surely some advice I can disseminate that would be helpful. And I've got all kinds of do's and don'ts that I've learned myself over the years as well. Let's see, so need more contrast here. Yeah, that should look good and consistent with frames here. I'm just trying to work on his cuff and give it some more contrast. Also, I'm zoomed in too much, so it's making the number of pixels that basically it would have been like a strobing flashing effect for like a flashbang for photosensitive people. So yeah, this should be less bad. Like Spade being mostly white does mean I have to worry more about like not flashbanging people while streaming work on him. Can't get too aggressive with zooming in and out. I will probably have to keep catching myself on that one. But I hope you'll know I'm trying. Like, I do care about the needs of a lot of different people and catering to them. It's just sometimes my self-consciousness fails on me for as much as I try. And then I catch myself and it's like, oh, whoops. No, don't do that, brain. Don't do that. And sometimes I mistype and say Brian instead of brain. And it's like, yeah, I should probably go to bed now. Misgendered my own brain, shaking my head. Yeah, this is definitely the closest we're going to get to a playable Spade, and this will probably be one of the best ways to play as him, honestly, because, like, you know, Freedom Planet 2 is a pretty big game, and this, and hopefully when we're done with the mod, this will be, like, the highest quality sprites of him that people can get. And I think Trey Lena would also like to make another shading pass eventually, which would be even better. Like, Trey Lena is no doubt the better pixel artist in the Shingle Architect community. Like, just 100%. Like, they can be a little slow at times, but, you know, I'm also a slow artist, so I get it. Like, making things look right sometimes does take a little bit more effort, especially when you're trying to stay on model with a character. Like, that is especially tough. I'm still learning how to draw my own characters on model. Like, that should tell you something. Just like, it's tough, but everything Trey Lena produces is just jaw-droppingly pretty. Like, and I learned stuff from it. Just such a great pixel artist, and I'm glad to have her on board the project. Like, everything she's contributed thus far has been amazingly. And like, Trey Lena even remade all of Spade's sprites for Shingle Architect. So like, instead of having just his FP1 sprites like we were going to have originally, like, she made a whole new sprite sheet for him. And everyone agrees, like, oh my god, this is the prettiest Spade I've seen in FP1 style, just hands down. But I do want to also include his FP1 sprites as like a skin after the game is done. That way, you know, people who just, you know, really want to, you know, like, more or less have their Spade DLC through FP Academy's campaign. Well, like, there you go. Just enjoy the original Spade as well. Yeah, that's why he had the original sprites. That was before Trey Lena was like, you know, I like got involved with the project more. And it definitely took her a while to make those sprites, but you can see why when you look at them. Like, oh my god, this is like consistently very good. Like, commercial grade sprite work right there. Like, that definitely deserves some applause. Like, even Spacey, when she was streaming the fan game, even in its rougher state, like, she just absolutely loved his new sprites and all the fluid movement that he had in the fan game. Like, she felt like that was the most definitive version of Spade's gameplay. And all I did was just take all of her good ideas from his original appearance in FP1 and just refine them and streamline some things. I didn't add a single new original attack to him or anything. I just buffed, tweaked, and streamlined everything that was already there, and everyone was like, oh my god, he feels so fun to play now. Well, I should probably give myself a little more credit. I did have the idea of like giving his dash like a stamina meter. That way, you could use it more frequently in the air while still having a limit to keep you from spamming it. Oh yeah, his jacket in that version of in Trelina's version looks really good. It definitely looks like a mid-cool appearance for him. Looks like what you would expect, his outfit to evolve between Freedom Planet 1 and 2. At least I think so. Like, that's definitely as close as we would get to like a mid-cool glow up for him. Like, they're just so good. Let's see, I guess I could, like, for anyone who hasn't seen him in the fan game yet, I could just go ahead and show you his sprites. Like this is his appearance in the fan game. Everything is consistently colored. There's no dirty pixels or anything. And there's lots of sub-pixeling going on. Like, just look how pretty that is. It just it's insane that this level of quality was even achievable. And there was even like more extra frames for him too that I just couldn't use because like there was already, like, I would have had to re-index all of his animations to add those a couple extra frames. And Spade, he doesn't really need that many animations compared to the other characters. Like, he just has 151 sprites. Like, which does seem like a lot, but compared to the girls, like, that is not much at all. Like, just look at Lilac here. She has like 252 frames. Some of them are blanks because I moved some stuff around, but over 200 frames of animation. And that's just her action frames. All of her cutscene frames are even more than that. And Carol technically has close to 300 frames if you're willing to count her bike as like a separate thing. Or, yeah, I didn't really treat Carol's bike as like a separate skin in the fan game. I just kind of treated it as like a different set of animation data for her. So like when you're getting on the bike, it just swaps out all the animation data for the bikes and changes some of the physics parameters, and that's it. There's just and some extra moves that are unlocked when you get on the bike. Whereas in Freedom Planet 1, like, Carol's bike form was counted as like its own separate skin, which in hindsight I think just kind of makes more sense because you can just have all that extra behavior partitioned away from her main code. Like, it's just a lot less work for you in the long term when it comes to maintaining character code. And that's definitely something I didn't consider when starting the fan game. Was like, okay, you don't just have to like spend time making your features for the thing, you also have to spend time maintaining the code for each feature as the project progresses. So like that creates code debt over time. So Carol's code would be easier to maintain as I find bugs if I just treated the bike as its own separate skin. Like, I guess I would technically have more code bloat, but like, there would be bugs that would be very specifically caused by the bike, instead of like, oh no, the bike and Carol proper are both broken right now. Oh my god, what happened? Just be fewer instances of that. Aw. Yeah, it's character design is definitely not easy, I would say. I've been doing it for years and I still needed help to make my next project's main character shine. Like, Pixie did a wonderful job of like finalizing my main character's design. Like, everybody felt like, oh, she's cute, but then after Pixie got a hold of the character, everybody's like, oh my god, I love her. It's like, oh wow, like, absolute angel right there. Just, I love Pixie. She just, everything she touched turns to pretty. Like, that was $150 well spent on just 2 frames. That was very well spent. Like, she did a great job on that. Yeah, Leaf is a great artist as well. People, like, some people recently asked Leaf, like, how do you do all this? And he's like, I don't know. Just a uniquely skilled artist for his age. Like, I find that very inspiring. Because I definitely didn't have that much lucidity in the arts at that age. Like, I was still learning a lot of stuff. And so it just boggles my mind when people can get the big brained idea about art from such an early age and go all in with learning it further. It's just incredible. Like, I'm never jealous. I admire people who figure it out early. It's just like, wow, I wish I could have done that, but I'm not jealous. I just admire that. And musicians seem to make especially quick learning artists. It's kind of funny. Like, every musician I know who's also an artist, they just picked it up real quick. Like, from 0 to 60 in just like 1 year, they're already drawing stuff that, you know, it took like 3 years to get to that point, and they figured it out in just one. And I'm like, wow. Just better be scared of those multidisciplined musicians. They'll catch up to you at high speed. They are fast approaching. Oh, he definitely did. Like, Leap has also enhanced a lot of work for my next project too. Like, there's lots of, you know, and I especially love the way he subpixels things in pixel art, which is not easy to do at all. That's one of the reasons I hired him for some pixel art on the next project, because, like, I wanted, like, lots of smooth animation techniques on various objects, but, like, I just didn't have time to do it myself, and I'm very slow at subpixeling. Like, I can do it. I've even demonstrated it on Patreon only streams, on Discord. Yeah, I can do subpixeling. It just takes me forever, but Leap knows how to do it very efficiently. Like, it's mind-boggling. Just so yeah, that's why he can just casually make any sprite prettier. He just he's not a slow artist like me. He just makes things and they're pretty. And would you believe he uses a touchpad? Like, he did have a mouse, but then it broke, and he's just like, oh well, I'll just use a touchpad. It's crazy. And don't feel bad about being new to pixel art if you do. Like, I know it can be overwhelming, but now I've been doing this for years and there are still things I'm learning. Like, I got my start with pixel art when I was like 14 years old in front of Game Maker. I was trying to make my own Zelda fan game, and I modified various sprites from A Link to the Past to into new characters, because I didn't know how to do anything from scratch yet. So just like editing existing sprites into something different. I don't think all of them look that bad, but you could definitely tell they were edits. Not completely new things. Remixed content, so to speak. That's where I got my start. And then I tried making a 3D prototype game, and with all original sprites, and just looking at them, you can definitely tell I didn't know what I was doing. Like, they were even bigger than FP2 sprites, but they, you know, just imagine like bare bones shading and very hilarious anatomy, like limbs moving in ways they really shouldn't. Just in fact, I could even just pull that up on stream. Do I have Game Maker 7 installed? Okay, I got 8.1. I can at least just show you the sprites. I'm not going to load the project, just like, Like, this was the best thing I could do when I was 16 years old. Just this 30 ancient. Like, and you really don't want to see this thing in motion. It's a disaster. And now I can make all of the pretty backgrounds that you've seen for the fan game from scratch. And I can't wait to be done with shading all of Spade's existing sprites so we can do some original stuff. That's going to be the most exciting thing to stream, honestly. Like, most people are definitely going to look forward to that. For now, we're in the mines, like, shading all these sprites. And I think throughout the week, I'm probably going to shade more pre-existing sprites so that when the next stream comes, we can, like, do some all original stuff. That will be fun to watch. Because, like, I do try to take that into account as well. Like, you know, what do people want to watch, not just me mindlessly throwing myself at the process. Running my mouth an awful lot. Oh yeah, good jump animation's hard, honestly. Like, I've even seen some commercial indie games that have very questionable looking jump animations, and it's not because, like, you know, they're bad artists. It's just, like, making good animations is really hard. Like, you have to really snort animation theory to do that. Like, an iconic looking jump animation. Like, you know, just look at Lilac's jump. Like, it's so graceful in motion. It's great. Then, you know, you got, like, this one other game. I will not name it because I don't like throwing shade at other video games in stream, but there was one that had a jump animation that, like, the character was, like, farting rather than jumping, and just, like, holding their arms together and in a straining kind of way. Legs barely moving. Yeah, again, not like, you know, they're failures of artists. It's just animation theory is tough. A boneless cat farting is a fun mental image now, Argo. Just it is the one motion it could make, despite having no bones. You know, just using some muscles to release a little gas. Scooting about in the water or something. like a muscle. Kirby's multi-jumps are pretty funny as well. Well, no, I'm over shading the hand, so it... Now, let's try not to overdo it. Can't add too much contrast. Well, I guess I could, because, like, right now this is the foreground hand, so we could, like, cover this all in darkness. Because this would be the background hand, more or less. What is, like, the lightest shading color I could give this hand? Now, we can't cover it completely in darkness. We'll go halfway. You gotta use your noggin when shading things, or you'll just create stuff that looks like an AI did it. And that's no fun. You don't want to be accused of, like, using AI to do anything. Like, one of the benefits of using a real human artist is, you know, they'll put some thought into what they choose to detail or not to detail, whereas an AI will be like, okay, we're just going to have overly detailed feet with highly detailed toenails on it, but we're just going to smudge up this entire dress that's in front, that should be the main focus, but no, we're going to have these highly detailed feet here. An AI can't yet figure out, you know, context, you know, what is important to the human eye and whatnot, so really funny and gross at the same time. Just like, AI and art just feels like one of those it seems to me like one of those always 30 years away things, like cold fusion. Just and I wish more people would develop an artist eye and see why yeah, this technology is not ready to replace humans or even supplement their work, really. I feel like any use for it as it is now is just very questionable and sunk cost fallacy. Like, I just, no. I much prefer every individual art decision on a canvas to have a rationale behind it. Like you just cannot replace the. You can't like remove the human thought process from the art process. Like that's just completely inseparable. Like a professional animator who's been doing this for like 30 years, like they're always going to be better. Oh, whoops! I feel silly. And to some degree, like mistakes, like human mistakes in art, also adds appeal to it, honestly, because like there are like little tiny mistakes that only a human's gonna make, and that kind of adds a human element to the art as well. Like the way we see our world and both the gaps and our understanding of it, as well as our strengths, like that comes through in our art. And you definitely can't get that with AI either. Like you'll just see some things that look absolutely perfect, and then a whole bunch of other things that are misshapen and gross for absolutely no reason. Oh yeah, I feel like even simple art by humans is still better than an AI. Like I've seen lots of scratchy looking art on DeviantArt that I still found very charming because of the way it was drawn. Like and sometimes certain subject matters are very niche, and some people don't draw a whole lot of certain characters that you wish there was more art of. So it's kind of nice to have that, I think. Like there's lots of good amateur artists out there doing pretty stuff. Like yeah, it's still scratchy and indie looking, but there's something charming about it. Like the merit speaks louder than the gaps and that they're still filling in their understanding of the arts. So I'm not an art perfectionist. Like I like a lot of stuff that looks pretty rough too. And sometimes I like the sketch better than the finished drawing. Sometimes, like we can't help how arbitrary our brains work. What the human eye sees that, or the brain is activated by versus in other things. That's another one of the joys of art. It's like you don't always know what you like until you go out there and look. Exploring art is like exploring yourself in some ways, like what you like and how you would express yourself in the world. I like art. That's what I can say. I don't have an eye for perfection. I think perfectionism is poison, especially to multimedia projects such as video games. Like you just, I'd rather something be finished than, just to have a process that is just so agonizingly perfectionist that it never gets done. You can have a standard that's too high, even for yourself. Can we release more video games, please? That's what I want. I'd rather just have something finished up to a quality standard rather than just, being absolutely perfect. I think anybody who's like shipped any finished project would probably have an even deeper understanding of that than I would. I'm still in the middle of shipping a video game, so to speak. So We'll see how my thoughts shift on that as I go. And there's definitely a lot of little flaws in certain things that I see as I'm making it, and I'm just like, I'll put that on the to-do list for later. We'll give it an art pass later. Right now, content needs to be made. We'll prioritize that little tiny detail later. So it's not like I don't care about the little details some of the time. It's like I can't afford to worry about that right now. In fact, I kind of avoid saying the phrase "I don't care" because, like, I can have aggressive undertones depending on the context. So I feel like the best way to communicate certain feelings is just like I don't have the capacity to worry about this right now, or I'm not worried about that, instead of like, no, I don't care. It feels like it comes off wrong. It can come off wrongly, especially depending on your tone of voice. If it isn't like, just perfect, and we humans are not very good at delivering lines perfectly. just Unless you've been speaking publicly for like 20 something years, like, yeah, maybe your composure is absolutely perfect and you can always perfectly deliver your tone. But for most of us, I try to avoid words that are very tone dependent. How did I even get on this tangent? Oh, yeah, that's right. Talking about arts and all. So yeah, I love art. Perfectionism, not so much. And just maybe fretting quite a bit about how I phrase certain things. So yeah, and there's definitely going to be things that I will probably gloss over while working on Spade 2 in the I can't afford to worry about this right now kind of way. It's just like, okay, I need the overall sheet done right now. We'll worry about an art pass on that particular flaw later. Or at least that's how I feel I'll go about it. Like I just so if anyone points out something that looks like it's a miss, like don't feel afraid to point that out. Just to be like, hey, could you add that item to the to-do list? And I can be like, yes, yeah, that's definitely worthy of investigation. Definitely worth thinking about for the next art pass. I do think there are lots of valid concerns, even from people who aren't expert artists, because even if you don't have any art skills, I guess the restaurant analogy is probably the best one here. It's like you don't need to be a master chef to know that something doesn't taste good. You can't tell the chef how to fix the recipe, but it is not. It's no good. You can just taste it. Your tongue tells you something's off about this, but you don't know what. So I do still appreciate when certain people tell me, this looks off, and even if their suggestions don't quite, on how to fix it, don't quite, wouldn't quite lead to better results. I can still take the concern to heart and be like, okay, let's fix this. Let's figure out how to fix this, because if even the non-artists are seeing something is wrong, then any artist would be able to see that something's wrong here. This don't belong here. We got to fix this flaw. Okay, so yes, so I don't mind people point certain things out while I'm working on the art for this project, or any project for that matter. All feedback to me is ultimately data, pretty much. So some of it can be noise, some of it can be signal. Most of it is signal, I think, and you sort through all of that and you figure out, what has merit and what is worth paying attention to. You do get some junk feedback here and there, but for the most part, like over the years, I've been giving like feedback that has ultimately changed the course of my game development journey. Some of it was even pretty rash in tone, even, but it didn't change the fact that, well, what they said was right. So, yeah, that meant something had to change. Like, even the reason Shame the Architect's physics was done from scratch is because, like, somebody on the Yo-Yo game forums had, like, mentioned, my Shantae fan game engine was, like, practically smashing the right queue with, like, way too many script calls per frame. And I was like, like, why didn't you tell me that directly instead of just, like, only saying that where I couldn't see it? Like, that was, like, very useful advice. So I kind of took that to heart and wrote my own collision system for the Shantae fan game. So it'd be neat and efficient, just 100 lines of collision code. That's it. No script calls. Extremely light. You could have had like 8 Shantaes on the screen with no lag. It'd just been amazing. But then I was like, hey, wait a minute. I could also use this for this Freedom Planet engine I've got sitting around. I wonder if I could use it for that. And, well, one thing led to another, and now I'm making this fan game, Freedom Planet, instead of the Shantae fan game, with the collision system that I wrote. And I do still want to go back to that fan game project. It is not canceled. Shantae Rising Tempest is definitely going to happen, but first, I have to finish what I started. Like, it's very important to finish what you start with video game projects. Because, if you just work on something halfway and decide you want to go do something else, like, that creates a vicious cycle where it's like, are you ever going to finish anything you start? Because it's like, okay, I liked working on this game before the halfway point, but now it's boring, or something, or it's becoming hard, and just, you got your eyes set on new projects, and it's like, but, when are you going to feel this way about that shiny new toy you've got in your project list? When are you going to get bored of that? Move on to something else? And yeah, at least in this case, like, I don't have any burnout with my project. Like, the fact that I have a day job that makes up like 80 to 90% of my income, like, that keeps me away from the project enough per day that it's not possible to get burned out on it. Whereas if I worked on the fan game full time, I would definitely have moments of burnout that would be tough to work through. Like, Spacey herself had a lot of problems with that during FP1's development, because, it's a Kickstarter project, so it was, like, fully funded. She could work on it full time without having to do a side job. It's like, oh, that's cool, but now you have to finish the thing on a tight deadline, and these Sonic fans are not patient people, and they don't like all these delays. The game has to be done. Oh no. And there's all these assets still to do, and not enough people to do them, and yeah, lots of intense burnout trying to get stuff done. So it was like a blessing and a curse to have the Kickstarter funding, because, like, yeah, the game's funded and could be made, but now it comes with all these strings attached and all these expectations to meet, and that's pretty hard on the human soul sometimes, when you feel like you can't even get some emotional distance between yourself and the thing you're working on, so you can just breathe before you get back into it again the next day. Just grinding away in the mines, so to speak. And that's definitely not a fun place to be with any project. So I definitely sympathize in that case. Like, yeah, and that's something I'll have to consider with my own project, my next project too. If I want to kickstart it, it's like, This thing's going to need to be mostly done if I do this, because, like, yeah, trying to meet those deadlines will be really difficult if we just got 25% of the thing done and, you know, try to figure out how to make the budget spread throughout that time. Like, you really don't ever want to run out of money when it comes to Kickstarter budgets. You know, it's tough. Well, it probably will. Like, I do have a lot of sprites on my to-do list that still need to be done. Like, you know, there's lots of Shamu Architect NPCs that I've said I'm going to shade, and I'm going to do it. It's just I'm trying to get the campaign content knocked out right now, so there's lots of stuff that's waiting for an art pass. And it's a big list, but it's getting shorter. Like, there's a lot of NPCs that are fortunately shaded now, just they need more animations. So we have like a smattering NPCs that need shading passes or just animations in general, because like their movement's like too static. And we definitely don't have time to make NPCs as elaborate as FP2 did. Like, FP2's NPCs have anywhere from like 40 to like 60 frames of animation, and I'm like, and almost all of them include a walk cycle, and I'm like, how did y'all not go insane doing this? This is beautiful, but why? Like, how? Like, I would scream doing like 100 plus walk cycles for characters you can't even play as. It's just, that is a level of extra that most games will not go to. It's just unthinkable for a pixel art game even. And it's pretty much a given that, you know, with NPCs in 3D games that they're gonna walk around and do stuff, but you know, once you make the model and rig it, you know, you can just like have some generic animation data attached to it or an animation script, and there you go, they're walking. You know, but with 2D, it's like, oh no, every single NPC is going to need their own individual animation or it's going to look wrong. It's like, just screaming internally. Screaming. I don't know how they did it. Like, I certainly couldn't have made that call. I would have been like, no, just, this is too much to budget for. We're going to have to scale this back a little bit. Some of you NPCs are just going to have to, like, stay in your place. You're not going to walk. Sorry. But they did it. They committed to it somehow. I admire that. I wouldn't have done that. Just, So, yeah, your NPC will be shaded at some point by either me or someone else, but it will be done. I don't expect everyone to provide me like fully shaded NPCs. Like, it's kind of nice if they provide me sprites at all, because like, yeah, sometimes it takes a bit of time to like fully shade something from scratch, or make a new sprite from scratch rather. That does take some time. Like, just having even a rough sprite is still way faster for me than starting with nothing. So I still appreciate even like rough sprites being contributed. I can like just slap an hour of shading on them and they look perfect. Like, I know Onion was like especially happy with what I did with Ryu, like his little NPC in the game. It was just like, you know, expletives, this looks great. You know, just yeah, I probably will do it. Like, I have shaded some NPCs already. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay, I'm glad I caught this now instead of later. His pants was not separated from the background color. That would have been a huge mistake. Okay, so, yeah, okay, and this is like the foreground leg, so we can have like more shading here, which means, no wait, that's right, this is the background leg, so it's gonna be darker. No bright colors for you, foot, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to stand out as much as the other one. You were not the cool shoe on this frame. Or something, I don't know. Yeah, we can give it some color, just not much. There we go. I think I might be happy with that, I'm not sure. Oh, but that did remind me, if we're going to keep his pants on model, we have to remember, like, the sewing line here on his pants. So need to be sure I take that into account. Wait, where was I? Oh yeah, here we are. So yeah, we can do this. We'll make it all bunched up. Go. And yeah, simulating cloth is very difficult and annoying, but it can be done. Just like give it a bunched up appearance, like right here. I don't know, just that color alone should be enough. Like if I add too many shading colors to it, that might look pretty gross. So yeah, we'll just have his leg like this. Ooh, yeah, I might want to remove this contrast from the previous frames, because like that's going to look pretty ugly in animation, like once this leg is visible. So this means I need to make up my mind. Which one's going to be the background or the foreground foot? I guess it'll be this one. So what I guess I could do, yeah, we'll have to do this. Just make this foot shaded more darkly than the other. Decolor it. Yeah, I don't guess either. Yeah, we could still allow it to have some contrast, just not much. It's always a process to shade things. Like, arguably, shading takes more time than anything else when it comes to projects like this. So, shouldn't be too much contrast, I think. Shouldn't be. And yes, we probably want to like darken this even more. Because one thing you really want to do with like cartoon characters especially is like you can use shading to de-emphasize the crotch area. Because obviously you don't want people paying too much attention to that, so you use like lighter colors to put attention on the areas you do want to have attention. Like for instance, we want to draw attention to his face, his knees and his hands. That's where you want all the attention to be. You don't want it to be like on this, like so. So like you'll see a lot of intentional design choices by artists to like draw your eye to particular details on a canvas. Like if they want you to pay attention to a flower vase on the table, they'll like brighten that up a bit and darken the table around it a little so that your eye will be immediately drawn to the flowers. That's another thing AI can't do yet, is like the focus of the subject and all on the canvas. just weirdly specific details wherever it feels like, with no consideration for the context or the viewer's eye, so to speak. There we go. That should de-emphasize this area a lot. That will do it. Then probably like add some more shading here. Well, there are some attempts by AI to make pixel art, but obviously it doesn't look great yet. Probably won't for another 15 years, to be frank. Especially with like all the investors pulling out all these AI projects. Just Um, what is your repo on GitHub? Please don't tell me you're a bot. Like I don't even know who you are or what your repo is on GitHub. It's the first time I've seen your name. But hello. Well, I mean, like, what are your hobbies? What you like to do and work on and create? Things like that. Basically just telling me like who you are as a person. I wonder if it'd be okay to give him more of an E here. Yeah, I guess so. And yes, definitely gonna like use shading to imply the lines on his pants, but like de-emphasize them a little bit. There we go. Oh no, it's kind of awkward. Yeah, I think this is like what we need to do. Just because like this is like the background limb. We want the eye to be drawn more to the right knee right now rather than the left, like his right, not our right. That should be pretty helpful. So oh, the silly algorithm, I tell you. Yeah, they should be simping over like, there is no context where simping is like healthy behavior, to be honest. Absolutely none. But if you're gonna pay attention to any kind of female figure online, at least let it be a VTuber of all things. Like, lots of very talented women in that area right now, like being actors of a new variety. It's pretty fascinating. I'm like too old-fashioned to watch that kind of content myself, but I do respect the craft, I'll say. Like, there are especially some really good models out there too. Like, there's like some fully 3D VTubers, and they look really nice. Again, not my style of content, but I respect the dedication that goes into the craft. Then we have this, and okay, just look at this leg for a second. Am I happy with it? Well, no, like I need to look at the rest of his sprites and see like where the lines on his pants are, because we have to be consistent with that. Oh, okay, so yes, it seems like the lines on his pants are consistent on both sides, because like, look, see, it's like lines here, lines there. So yeah, it's not like off model to have those there. And those were part of the sprites before we shaded them too. So yeah, this is normal. Just wanted to be sure, because like maybe it's not an intentional detail. Like, but sprites are meant to be mirrored left and right, so you want like perfectly symmetrical designs when making pixel art characters. That way you can just like mirror the sprites and not have any like off model issues when that happens. Like because like in the case of like the 2D Metroid games, they have to make left versions of Samus's sprites just because of her arm cannon. And I admire the dedication, because that's just incredible sprite work. It's just gorgeous, but That was clearly a lot of extra work. A lot. I couldn't have made that call. And there's some artists out there who just can't be bothered at all, like Prototype for the Starbuster project. Like Cassie does not have left-facing sprites, despite having a mechanical arm. He just doesn't care, and that is perfectly reasonable because making in order to give her a left-facing version of her sprites, you basically just have to remake the entire sprite sheet but facing towards the left, and that's a lot of animated frames, and it's no, this is an indie game that with just we don't have to go to this extra length. Like, most people aren't even going to think about it unless you mention that the sprites are just mirrored. Most people won't even notice. Like, I imagine some of you right now are thinking, wait a minute. You mean that arm is just switches hands? Yep, it does, yeah. But don't think too hard about it. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be on her right hand, which would be pretty sad if she is right dominant, but yeah, just funny little things. Okay, now we can just do the card on his hand and we'll be done with this frame. Or should be, anyway. Oh yeah, I did see that on the sheet that you showed me, and I was pretty excited about that. I was like, wow, this looks really good. I think you've got a good idea going there. That might make his gameplay so much more fluid looking, having a running version of his card throwing sprites. I think that is such a good idea. It's basically a running version of this animation for the rest of y'all watching the stream. Yeah, he can do this to throw cards, but no matter what speed he is, he's still doing the standing version, the attack and losing momentum. Whereas with Creeper's running version, basically taking the legs from the walk cycle and carefully integrating that into the attack animation so that Spade can also walk while throwing the cards, which should look a lot better in motion. I think that was a really good idea. So yes, when you're done with those, I'll be very interested in having them on the sheet as well. That will depend on how Kubo could implement those, but I think that's pretty exciting to have as well. Just an extra thing if it can be added to the game. And knowing Kubo, lots of things are surprisingly possible with modding. Lots of things. Things I didn't think were possible can be done with enough persistence and skill. Yeah, just when you have time, with passion projects, you mostly do these on your own time. So just when you're done with them, be happy to have them on the sheet. This is going to be a part-time effort even on my part. So there's no particular timeline for it, but when you do have them, yes, that will be a very exciting addition to the sheet. Now, won't it be nice to have your name in the credits of the mod like that? Just having contributed multiple sprites even. It's kind of nice how much excitement there is around the mod now that I'm more seriously committed to it. That's definitely encouraging me to keep going. I always knew there'd be people who would be all over it, but it was definitely more than I realized would be. So it's yeah, now that I've announced my contributions to it and I'm streaming it and people are like, wait, what this stream is happening? Oh my god, I missed it. You know, I'm seeing all that. It's like, oh, well, got a new commitment now. Let's stick to it. Don't want to disappoint people. And it'd be another nice point on my resume too. I could be like, yeah, see, I worked on some mods for a PC game. Yeah, see, I did that. And I can do that without knowing any C# for Unity. You know, Kubo's doing all that for FP2. I would like to make my own FP2 mods, programming mods eventually too, but right now I'm just so deep in the woods with Shenmue Architect, I gotta finish it. And once that's done, I can be like, you know, it'd be fun to like make an FP2 mod or two on the side while I'm working on my next project. That'd be kind of fun. Just to see what I could do with it. Yeah, I've definitely got some ideas too. I'd kind of like, I'm trying to remember the name of like one idea I had is like, I wanted to have like an armor, like, I guess like, I think the title it was like armor polish, where, you know, like the pacing of the bosses would be a lot tighter and more aggressive like the original Freedom Planet 1. I really liked how in Freedom Planet 1, you know, the bosses are all like, most of the time, usually in your face, you know, just trying to eat away at your health, and you know, and you're trying to do the same to them, so it's like head butting like crazy. It feels so good. Whereas they're a lot more laid back in Freedom Planet 2. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna hide over here at the corner real quick. You can't do anything about it. Just have fun with that. But you know, depending on the style of bosses you like, that can be fun or no. Because you know, certain castles might be like, oh my god, I get a moment to breathe until it comes back, whereas I'm over here just like fuming, like, please get back here, I want to hurt you so badly. You know, just I want to defeat you, come back here. Just yeah, it'd be fun to make a mod where like most of the bosses are like way more aggressive, like Freedom Planet 1. And I try not to count that as a point against the game. Like, they only had so much time to like retool certain bosses, because like the boss code is like really complicated in that game. Yes, Arco, it's definitely a LMAO, but just yes, I just yeah, that's like one of my modding ideas, is to like tighten up the pace of certain bosses so they're like not always in your face, but in your face more often, especially like, you know, 100 drillion. Like, you know, instead of like spending less time drilling into the wall, just little things like that to tweak the pacing of the bosses, not to like completely change their behavior. And behavioral changes are very hard to code anyway, because you don't know what all you're going to break. Like, some bosses are programmed with like toothpicks and duct tape, and you don't know how that house of cards is going to fall when you mess with it, so like you got to be really careful. Like, I know my bosses are definitely coated with duct tape and Elmer's glue, like because like I'm just trying to make them as optimal as I can, even though like you don't really need to do that too much with bosses, because there's only going to be one of them in a room at any given time, so you don't need the program to be so efficient that you could have like 30 of the same boss spawned in and they won't lag the game. You don't need to worry about that. But yes. Yeah, so I wouldn't be playing with their game logic too much, just tightening up random things. And yeah, yes, I think I didn't really burp there. I just think that would be a lot of fun, like, you know, the armor polish mod. And Epps already did the potion seller mod, which I think fills in a lot of the gaps. Like, there was so much potential with FP2's like, you know, potion system that I felt like was like really underutilized, but mostly for a lack of time on their part. You know, the scope of the game was already unmanageable for an indie developer as it was, so you can't really expect them to have like 30 plus potions to play with. So Epps, like, stepping up to make a mod the potion sellers wanted to explore the rest of the potential for that system. That definitely filled that niche for me, so I don't feel obligated to take a crack at that kind of mod. And one of the other mods I'd like to make it be kind of big in scope is to very selectively remove colors from all the assets, just like an asset change mod that swaps out all the assets of the game to look more like the sample version did. It's like most of the backgrounds and tile sets would mostly look the same, but the sprites for everything would be reduced to like what was like in the sample version. I'd have very much liked to have seen the version of the game that we were shown being delivered. I very much would have liked that, because it was still like very charming. It was still a huge upgrade from Freedom Planet 1. I really would have liked it. I wouldn't have minded if the game took less time to develop if it looked the way they showed us originally. So I'd just like to explore a what if, what if they were just like, okay, we could go Sonic Mania with this, but we don't have time. Let's just get this game out here before these ravenous, angry, toxic fans get on our nerves to our limit. Just ship the video game. So yeah, I think it'd just be neat to see what the whole game overall would look like if it looked like the way the sample version did. So yeah, armor polish and sample version style mod. Like those are my two big ideas at least. Then, okay, like how is that looking? I do want another pixel on that finger. Just how do I want that? Yeah, I guess that helps a little bit. Yeah, now I'm just checking the consistency of the cards animation. This should look fine. I probably won't know if there's any animation errors with the card itself until we've got an animated GIF going. And then I can be like, hey, wait a minute, there are some pixels that need some adjustment. Okay, but that's another frame done. You can call that done. And I think, with this frame in particular, we could do a little bit more copy-paste, maybe. Oh yes, we can do a lot of copy-paste to finish this one off. Except that last frame. This is going to need to be mostly done from scratch. Wait a minute. Yeah, this frame is mostly the same as the last one, but it's got some motion blur in there. So yeah, let's just get that low-hanging fruit out of the way. Why didn't I see this last time? So yes, what are the differences that have been added here? Oh no, we can't copy paste this. This is a completely different pose up here. So yeah, we can't do that. We got to go the extra mile to make it look right, because if we just gloss over that frame, it's definitely going to look less fluid. That would be a really cute idea, using that particular cutscene. I'm guessing, you're thinking about, using this version of the sprite to, have him look down at smaller NPCs. Just kind of edit it to have his eyes looking down at people. That would be a good idea, I think. I don't know if FP2 proper would allow for it. I think what it would probably do by default is just go to the crouching animation. Oh wait, that's right. I know Lilac has a special animation just for ducking down for the smaller NPCs. Which, is a funny thing. That's what the polite thing to do in real life when you're interacting with people who are smaller than you, or even just children, is to kneel down to their level instead of like staring down at them menacingly. Like the politest thing you can do is just stepping down to their level, which is kind of funny. Yes, it's very much what you should do in real life. People of that size, just look at them at eye level. Like, don't look down at them. That's a lot more intimidating. So yeah, now let's worry about this next frame. Okay, we got this one over here. Have it floating over the canvas. Oh, Carol doesn't. Oh, I could have swore I saw Carol like, kind of not fully bending down, but kind of looking sideways a little bit. I don't know if that counts. Because she just does kind of looks like it's probably a shared animation with like her curious looking sprite, I assume. So. I just it's been so long since I played the game, I don't even remember properly. I don't think I have it right in my head. Like, I just don't remember. Like, I've still got the game installed via the itch.io version. That way I don't constantly spam Steam with like, Amy is playing Freedom Planet 2. Amy is playing Freedom Planet 2 each time I need to open it as it crashes or testing certain things. That way that just doesn't pile up on people. That would get annoying. Yeah, that would make sense for Carol. Like, it's not like Carol doesn't care. Like, she's just not quite as considerate as Lilac is. Like, Lilac's like, the prim and proper one, and Carol is the goofy goober, like, she very happily embraces that part of her identity. She's the girl that loves monster trucks and guts and glory, And she don't care what you think about that. She is just proudly herself. Oh, yeah, I forgot. That's right. You can set yourself as invisible. Why do I keep forgetting that's an option? I should probably honestly, like, whenever I do play modded Skyrim, like, I'm still just kind of exploring the vanilla game. I just want to see the vanilla experience first and drink all that up before I even think about mods. Which is taking me a while because I have all this game development stuff going on too. But yeah, like, once I do explore mods, Skyrim will probably crash often enough that I should play it in like hidden mode. It would definitely annoy people, like, oh yeah, like, I guess Amy is really trying to make Skyrim work today, kicking it like the Easy Bake Oven. But I gotta play with the Thomas the Tank Engine dragons, I just gotta. Why won't this mod work? Oh my god. Yeah, that mod is a thing. You can, like, replace the dragons with Thomas the Tank Engine, and it is very cursed, especially with the way the sound engine renders the train noises. It's so immensely funny. Like, I don't think I would install that particular mod, honestly. I'd probably install like mods that, like, deepen the sound, the 3D sound effects, and the mods, like, and mods that fix like scripting errors and with various NPCs and quests. Probably mostly playing with like quality of life stuff, honestly. But a much younger me probably would have definitely played with the Hatsune Miku mod. Probably would have done a lot of silly things, like basically turned Skyrim into a very bootleg Miku goes to Mushroom Kingdom or something. Something crazy like that. That's what I did to Left 4 Dead 2 when I first got it. I was like, oh, there's mods for this game. Let's go so crazy with it. It looks like Hatsune Miku and all the other Vocaloids are trying to get through a zombified Mushroom Kingdom with Halo guns. It was just horrible looking in retrospect. Like, oh my god, I would not do that again. I would just swap out certain player models now. I wouldn't do that again. Because, Left 4 Dead 2, honestly, it's a very timeless looking game. It still looks good to this day. I think it has a very distinct art style, like a lot of Valve's other games. Probably just have some silly mods on instead of like completely changing the core experience's entire aesthetic like that. Because that's a bit much. Yeah, that's right. We're trying to get this to look right. I wonder if I'll have to unmush his hand for this. I'm not sure. So yeah, like PC mods are a whole other world, y'all. If you haven't tried them, just think of that one Aladdin song. I can show you the world, but instead of riding the magic carpet, you're riding on Thomas the Tank Engine, and the sky's been replaced with a crudely drawn version of it, and like all the landmarks are just like various TF2 faces carved into mountains and whatnot. It's just could you imagine Mount Rushmore, but with like Heavy, the medic, and whatnot? And that's the world that's being shown. I can show you the world in G major. Yes, that would also be a fun thing. Shining, shimmering, splendid. And it's like a golden Wario statue in the desert somewhere. And that's PC modding. You can either like improve the quality of the game experience, or you can just be like, okay, I'm going to experience the meme version of it for fun. And people produce very high quality memes for PC games. Like, you just won't even believe the level of effort people go to for a good joke. It's incredible. Like, I remember lots of Sonic ROM hacks that replace Sonic with like a crudely drawn version of him, or even there was like this one Sonic ROM hack where they replaced Sonic with like an egg character named Yeth, which was an extremely cursed ROM hack, but I still played it anyway because it was just so bizarre. It's like, wow, this is a real thing, and it is so goofy. But I'm glad they finished it. Like, this is neat. Just a very transformative version of the experience, like you just wouldn't expect. And some people do create entirely new experiences of games, and with mods, not just making jokes inside of games, which is very incredible. Like, I think there was a Skyrim mod that like remade like the entire world map for Oblivion, like, but it's in Skyrim. It's like, how did y'all do that? That is just incredible. Like, just all new worlds that you could explore with side quests and everything, and you don't even have to leave Skyrim to do that. I mean, Skyrim the game. Just like, I just find things like that inspiring. Like, working within the limitations of an existing game engine and making incredible things with it anyway. Just because you can. Just like GLaDOS would say, We do what we must because we can. I love that line. For science. And that's certainly been a running rationale inside my fan game project too. Just doing what we must because we can. And people being like, God, you're absolutely crazy. You did actually recreate feature, like all the characters' behavior, like feature completeness. Like there's like nothing missing here. Like how did you do that? This is madness. Like, oh no, just wasn't that much conscious thought into it. I was just like, oh no, these characters still feature complete. It's what you do. What I do anyway. Oh, that's right. We can perfectly copy paste this leg at least. Let's do that. We can skip leg day today. Sorry, arms, you can't join in on this celebration. Go. Now, where is that my leg person from SpongeBob when you need him? There we go. Don't have to redo the shading. Like, yeah, the leg is just hardly moving here. In fact, I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. I think it's like the next frame where the leg is going to move, because you can see like the gap between his feet is like decreasing here. So yeah, what I'm going to need to do for these other frames, like keep this consistent, is to like copy this leg over here and isolate it from the other things. In fact, I think I'll have to do it like one section of the limb at a time. This is something you try to do in pixel art as you can, because if you tried to like render everything by hand every time, you'll just go crazy. So it's kind of nice when you can just do a little copy paste, because you can steal from yourself. You always can. No one can stop you. Like, you can just look at the Zelda games all the time. They do this in very clever ways. Like, just today I was humming some Wind Waker music to myself and realized, you know, like that one island you can go to that has all the shops and kids and teachers on it and all that. I can't remember the name of it. But that particular island is just Kakariko Village recomposed in a different way, and I was like humming certain parts of it to myself, like, oh my god, that was under my nose for like 20 plus years. Like, how did I not realize this? It's like they cleverly reused Kakariko Village and it made it sound like a whole new original composition. Like, how did y'all do that? That was just such a transformative way to reuse something. It's incredible. You don't always need to do everything new from scratch every time, as you can see. And yeah, I did change the contour of his leg, so... Yeah, but no, we're just gonna have to use the leg as a model, because, like, yeah, there's enough details changing here that if I just copy-pasted it, it would start to look flat in animation. And we don't want that. We want the animations to be as expressive as they would be in FP2 proper. It would be a disservice to the game itself to just to copy paste in this particular case. Like, we could copy paste this one leg here and that saves some time, but we can't do that with the other one. It's changing too much. So yeah, we'll put that over here and go back to shading this frame. So yeah, tangent over. Let's do this. So yeah, there's lots of clever ways to reuse your own work if you're smart about it. Like, I still can't believe some people got all critical of Undertale, like, oh my god, it's reusing its theme so much. And it's like, you people don't know what a running theme is, do you? Like, oh my god, almost did a Charlie horse there. And I agree, it was really stupid. It's like, I'd love to see you people, like, say that about literally every other video game that exists. And it's just, there's all kinds of like armchair composers who had something to say about the soundtrack, and they were all weak arguments. And there was definitely some YouTubers who were talking about it who just like, yeah, you're just jealous that it's not your music that's being played live in Japanese orchestras. You're just jealous that's not you. Literally. Throw all the shade you want. It's not improving your career. Why don't you make your music, get good? Stop being a loser farming hate clicks on YouTube and make some actually good music yourself. Just shut up. Yeah, pretty much. Like, Toby just made good music. Like, even he acknowledged, like, there were some gaps in his knowledge of music theory. Like, a lot of his music is just him playing around on the piano, experimenting. And just think about it, him playing around the piano, and he came up with more iconic themes than some of these people who have snorted music theory for like 14 years. And I think some people have written like fictional murder stories where like, husband and wife get married and the husband's jealous that, he's got spent forever studying music in college and his music's not as good as his wife, so he kills her out of jealousy. Wonder how often that was true in real life to a much lesser degree. Just oh my god. We humans can be very, very jealous. And I think I saw a lot of it with people who criticize, like, Undertale soundtrack. Just, yep. That's what I thought of that criticism. And then you go look at One Shot, which, the creator of One Shot says, like, she really wishes that she could compose better music, but look at what she's got over here. She's got, like, this whole other game that is just as popular as Undertale in a different way. And I still think the music in that game very well serves the atmosphere of the game she wanted to create. I think it's still very good. Like, I literally go to sleep listening to One Shot soundtrack. It's just very, very calming. I love it. You don't have to be the best person, the best studied musician to make iconic video game music. I think. I mean, yeah, if you want to be like a live player and play in an orchestra, you kind of need to be able to read music sheets very quickly and efficiently. You kind of need that. But, for composure work, the extent of your knowledge is not your limiting factor. Your ceiling is like the limits of your own creativity, I think. So yes, to those people, I say get good. Get good. You just mad. Probably have some people in my DMs like screaming at me about this later. Who knows? Just, but to them, I will say, no. Just I think you kind of missed my point. Just you don't feed people who just only have objectively awful opinions to disseminate. You don't feed that. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's definitely true. I remember like the lead composer for like the Doom 2016 soundtrack. I forget his name, like, but he is such a great person. He very much emphasized the need to have room to experiment, but most importantly, room to fail when composing things. So like he really wanted an atmosphere where he felt like his musicians for the project could just experiment, try things, throw stuff at the wall, and not worry about whether or not the result is an embarrassment or not. Like that's not how creativity works. We can't have performance pressure while experimenting. That's toxic to innovating within that space. Like art is not a science for as much theory as we throw at it. It's very much a dark art, and we're just trying to intuit it, uh, reading the tree rings, understanding whether humans find appealing about art, and complicated words beyond my comprehension. Yes, Mick Gordon. Yes. Yes, I still think that it's beautiful that they figured out how to sample a chainsaw into music. Just if you can do that, the world is your oyster. I think that is just an amazing thing. Like the things they were able to do to like work around the no guitars rule was just mind-boggling. Oh, we can't have guitars, eh? You didn't say anything about chainsaws. just, and then they just had to give up and use actual guitars in like Eternal, I think, in Doom Eternal. Just like, okay, yeah, we gotta have rock, but we're gonna do it in our way, you know? And people still love the sequel soundtrack as well. Um, so yeah, they were definitely like too afraid to use guitars at the time because like that's what all the stereotypical edgy music used, and they didn't want people to think this is like the edgy on purpose game. They wanted people to take it seriously, and so they had like a no electric guitars rule. They found ways to cram guitar into it anyway. So it was just like, okay, well, why did we even bother? Why bother hiding it for the sequel? Let's just do it, and it was good. Like I just love that. But you give people a limitation, and then they pull a genie move. But it's like, well, you didn't say I couldn't do it in this way. You didn't say. So human creativity is beautiful, even when it was when presented with limitations. I just love that. Oh yeah, we need to like do a little bit of subpixeling here. That way the hair looks like it's moving. It's very important as well. Gotta have that fluidity. Or at least the like apparent fluidity to human perception. Why do I keep doing that to myself? There we go. Keep putting on pixels in the wrong layer. I've been a digital artist since 2012, and I'm still doing this to myself, y'all. That wrong layer problem never seems to go away. remember there was like an Emperor's New Groove meme where like uh, pulls the wrong layer instead of the wrong lever. It's so accurate. Such a real feeling. So we have oh yeah, there is Dusky composed the final boss theme for the fan game already, like a couple of years ago even, and it is so good it made me cry. I was like, God, this is on fire. This is Ascendant level quality. I cannot wait for people to hear it, but one thing at a time. Like, it's not like I'm super precious about spoilers so much as like I think everything is best experienced when the whole package is thrown at you at once. That's way more exciting than being like piecemealed everything, I think. Let's see. Oh yeah, Emperor's New Groove. I still love that movie myself. It is one of those movies that's very proudly itself, and I just love it. It's just like I remember seeing a YouTube essay that asked the question like, who was this movie even made for? And I'm like, did it have to be made for anybody? Like, it's a great film. Like, again, sometimes you won't know what you like until you explore out there. So we can make media with a speculative hope for finding an audience. Like, that's a valid thing to exist. And the movie did find its audience. Like, it's got a cult following still. And it was performed well enough to get a TV show. I mean, cartoon. It was all about Kronk. I don't know how well it did, but he was such a lovable character. Who didn't love that guy in the movie? He was just so funny and like a genuine, heartfelt character. And yeah, I did tell you how the ending to the fan game will go for the most part, but we'll see when we get there. I feel like there's already some final details that are changing because I want the story to like to read well in retrospect as well, not just in the moment. Like, it's very important to me that to consider fridge logic when writing. Like, how will this be read afterwards? How will different people perceive this story? And it's really hard to think outside your own perspective, but it does help to try at least, because the initial reactions to like Carrie's introduction cutscene was surprisingly pretty coarse. It was like the phrasing just really threw some people off. Even Dusky's VTuber avatar looked like it had this "kill me please" face on it while streaming that cutscene. Just really not happy. I was like, wow, just I didn't mean to evoke that kind of response with the cutscene. Just hey, don't spoil anything. And that's not even what happens. But yeah. So I had to rephrase certain things so that people would perceive the scene as I intended it to be perceived, rather than like how everyone thought the phrasing had implied. Like, oh no. So that's going to be a fun thing to take into consideration with every cutscene moving forward. Just like, okay, I want people to perceive it this way instead of thinking that this is like some indulgent fan fiction stuff. Like, no, we can't have that. So it's one reason I'm not even reaching out to people for like voice acting work yet, because like there is demand for voice acting work in the fan game, that like, we've decided collectively that it's more practical to be sure that the script is done and is not going to change first. That way, nobody has to go back and do revision work. So so yeah, we'll see as we go. The details are definitely not final. Like, the skeleton of the story is pretty well established. It's just like, how do we connect all that skeleton? How do we put the beat on that skeleton? It's very important. Okay, so we have that. I think we're mostly done here. Let's double check. I think we might be done with this frame. Let's see how it looks in motion. What am I missing here? Okay, yeah, the hair's moving very nicely. Although I might want to subpixel this a bit, so yeah, that'll definitely read better. Oh, that's right, I haven't finished his hand yet. That's no good. We have to have his hand shaded. Then yeah, it'll especially be funny to like hear if like, like when the script is guaranteed, like it's done and everyone has the emotional response that I want from the script, then yeah, we'll like look into voice acting. It'd be interesting, like who all wants to voice the random NPCs that do appear in the cutscenes. Like, I think Dusky wanted to do like 4 whole characters, but then decided like, well, no, they got to hunker down and do some other things instead. So it's like, well, just fair, Got those Havoc Fox backers to worry about. So there's quite a bit of performance pressure that comes with Kickstarter money, so that's got to come first. Like, even I was a beta backer. I got $300 tied up in Havoc Fox, so I'm very excited to see that release. And that was, back when I had like cheaper rent, so yeah, of course I could afford to throw that much at it. And I think it was even before my Patreon really got started as well. So yeah, I couldn't do that again. I couldn't. Yeah, the characters that Dusky wanted to voice was like they wanted to voice Savvy, Dark Libby, the one time they appear. I wonder if I still have it on the to-do list, because I don't think I cleared it from the to-do list yet. I think I did. Where is that? Because I've got 2 to-do lists all mixed up here. I don't know, I removed it from the to-do list, but I know it's like wanted to voice Savvy, Dark Libby, probably one of the girls too. Like, Dusky's got the range for it. I just don't remember which one. But that would have been a fun thing. It's just, like, too many obligations to spread out. And I'd rather Dusky not burn themselves out, honestly. It's, game development can, shipping video games is tough business. Especially when you've got to commit, no matter how you feel about your current project. It's a rough prospect. So, yeah, maybe after some commitments are made, maybe they could come back to it. If not, that's okay. Like, depending on like how eager certain people would be to like have a fan game on on their voice acting resume, they like, I think we could get a lot of people interested in it. And I wouldn't be super picky about voice acting, honestly, because like, you know, a rather unanimous opinion about Freedom Planet 1's voice acting, regardless of what we think about the voice acting, I think it is very serviceable or very good with certain actors. A lot of people are like, "You anime cringe, like recording equipment sucked and everything, like all the line deliveries off." Like people just complained endlessly about the voices, so it's like, uh, you know, I don't think our bar should be very high for voice acting a fan game. Like, you know, I think people are going to expect certain line deliveries to be a little sketchy. We can get away with that because it's like, hey, these people are doing this for free. These are people who are trying to prove themselves in the industry, you know, like, cut them some slack. Whereas, you know, the minute somebody has to pay even a measly $15 for a video game, it's like all of a sudden, like, oh my god, this sounds so awful. It's not perfect. And it's like, oh hush, you paid less than the price of a hamburger and fries for a fucking video game. Like, think about that for a second. Think about what you're complaining about for 1 second. Like, yes, I get it. You know, it's, you know, if voices are annoying you, how can you help that? But you can only rationalize your, I feel like there's certain complaints that just don't make any sense once you blurt them out, you know? Just like, yes, that's how you feel internally about certain complaints, but you know, trying to rationalize them, they just immediately fall apart. I think it's okay to have those little brain tics where like certain things bother you and you can't help it, but you know, trying to justify those little brain tics, just that's where things get a little weird. So yeah, just like you know, just, so I just I do feel weird about the criticisms towards the voices in Freedom Planet 1. Because it's like, yeah, just, you know, maybe calm down a little bit about that. Like, you know, a lot of people bought the game for $7. Like, you know, what are you expecting? Like, you know, Piccolo to your voice acting. And by the way, Piccolo's voice actor is in Freedom Planet 2. Can't complain about his line delivery. I think he may have voiced Ascal and maybe another character, or was it only Ascal? I can't remember. But yeah, he was part of the cast. Like, there's lots of grade A people in that cast, so I'd better not hear anybody say anything about that. I think, you know, the complaints about FP2's voice acting are a lot lower overall. It's just like certain people have, instead of like saying the voices outright suck, it's like, you know, they just start nitpicking the line delivery of individual things, which is like, yeah, that's how you know it got better. When they're having to dig down into the bedrock to find something to complain about. Yeah, you've definitely succeeded at improving something when that happens. I think so. Yeah, I think that's good to see. I didn't have any meaningful complaints about FP1's voice acting either. Mostly because, you know, like, I grew up with like 90s video games, so like my standards aren't particularly high. You know, if it's clear that there is more merit than scuffness to line delivery and all that, you know, I'm pretty fine with some occasional dips in quality. Like, that doesn't take me out of the experience. Like you know, for like one of my favorite games ever, for instance, you know, like Rayman 2. Like, it's like I thought it had really good voice acting, but you could occasionally tell that a southern accent or two accidentally slipped into a couple lines, and it's really funny when you notice it. But at the same time, it doesn't take you out of the experience. It's just like, oh wow, that's pretty funny now that I can hear it. This adds more of the human element to the charm of the game, really. Just those little tiny imperfections don't that are hard to notice. Like I think that's what that's an indicator of the going back to the art tangent where it was just like those little flaws that only humans make when they do art. I kind of appreciate those too. So yeah, so whenever Lee in Rayman 2 occasionally accidentally said the end of her line with like a southern twang to it, is just like, yeah, I love that. That's great. Just that's amazing. Just I don't think it takes away from the experience. I think it adds that human element to the art form. It's okay to have a couple of things that aren't perfect. And yeah, I would agree. Like Serpentine definitely had like some of the best voice acting in FP2. Like he's just like he like I would say the character impressed me because originally, on Freedom Planet 1, Serpentine just got on my nerves. I didn't care about him. And in FP2, he is like the acting and his portrayal and everything is so good. He could have been the main villain, and I would not have been mad. I would have, in fact, just loved that if he was the star of the show, more or less. Because Freedom Planet stories are actually just stories about the villains in disguise, and you've got the cute heroes you're following around, but they're not the stars of the show. The villain is. That's the sneaky little thing about Freedom Planet storytelling, and it's kind of like more on the nose about it in Freedom Planet 2, because like Murga gets all the attention in that story. Because the main story beats is like introducing Murga, characters chasing after Murga, then they're appealing to her, and then fighting alongside her in the story. Like it's mostly just about her and these characters, I guess. And that's not to say that's a wrong way of doing things. It's just that's how that story is structured. So yeah, if Serpentine was like the star of the show, I really would not have minded that at all. He was fantastic in FP2. He was technically like filler content a lot of the time, but he's so funny. You can't help but be mad. Like you can't be mad at that character for existing in the story, even though he slows down the plot like 50%. But he makes good use of the time that he's there. I can't be mad. Oh yeah, screaming in voice acting is definitely one of the more challenging things to do. Like, and you have to pace yourself and train yourself very, very well to do it properly too. Because it's like if you try screaming a whole lot without pacing yourself, you could throw up and pass out. Even like screaming is very strenuous on the body. Like a very well like a very experienced voice actor will know what their limits are and even have like morning screen practice. They know where their limits lie and they work with it pretty well. Like they're not worried about passing out because they know what their limits are. When you're beginning at it, like yeah, you have to be real careful. Like I've definitely heard horror stories of like studio directors who would just laugh when people would pass out while screaming for a particular take that they wanted, and it's like, oh, that is grody. Oh, just corporate robots, please go away. You're ruining the medium and pushing people out of this industry. Just not every scream has to be perfect. I mean, some of like the most memed screams aren't even perfect. Like the Wilhelm scream. It was intended originally as like the scream of a man who's getting bitten by an alligator. It definitely doesn't sound ideal for that particular context, honestly, but it is such a great scream on its own that people have repurposed it to a degree that far out, like, it's taken on a life of its own that could not have been imagined. It's become like an audio engineering meme, more or less. Like almost every action movie has it hidden in there somewhere. Everyone loves that scream, and not for the reasons it was intended for. So yeah, not every scream needs to be absolutely perfect if it's scuffed in a good way. Like, people are gonna love it in ways you could not have imagined. Um, like, just look at the Zelda CDI games. It's got like it's one of those games that was like so bad it's good. It warped back to being good in its own funny way. Like, it took on a life that could not have been imagined by its original creators. Like, it kind of had this cycle where, like, when the Zelda CDI games first released, they were loved by reviewers and everything. Like, critically acclaimed. Is like, oh my god, the medium is evolving. This is an incredible game. And then, like, in retrospect, everyone just hated it all of a sudden. It's like, oh my god, this is such a cringe video game. And Nintendo just pretended it didn't ever exist. And then the internet happened, and it took on a whole new life, and now we have RZ, which is like carrying on the spirit of those games, and it's really good. Y'all should play it. I need to buy it myself. Like, it looks great. It's just it's just fascinating to see the history of that game and how the perspective on it flipped from good to bad and then good again. Just like, you can't ask for a better comeback story than that, honestly. I just love things like that in video games. Like, can we just have more wholesome stories like that? And I'm still not over, like, all the ways that people have transformatively reused the content from the Zelda CDI games. Like, somebody made an entire Morshu Christmas theme purely from just two lines. Just two lines, and they sentence mixed his voice to say, like, a whole new Christmas song. Like, just, that is mind-boggling. Just, like, the talent and skill that goes into these things is just incredible. Like, it's become the game that keeps on giving. You'll love to see it. Yeah, sentence mixing is a very impressive art. Also, hello, Caesar. Good to see you. I guess you also wanted to see the spade being prettied up. And we can do a tiny bit of copy paste here as a treat. No, not on this card though. Not on this playing card. We got to, because yeah, it's trying to tilt a little bit. So yeah, we can copy paste the hand, and that's it. Isolate it over here for a second while I erased the card. Oh yeah, that's one advantage Serpentine has over Spade. Spade only has his hand of cards. He does not have the whole deck. I still love that line that Serpentine has. It's just so unironically good. Like, the actor who did the voice, I think, just really sold that line because it would have been just cheesy if, depending on the actor, but because he did it, like, just it's like some people just make certain lines work. He's just so good at his role that he could make Serpentine say all kinds of curse things and it would just work. Just incredible. Oh, I agree. He definitely has great vocal range, and even within the context of Serpentine, like, um, Serpentine's range went from being loud and high pitched to being all gravelly and low and grumbly. Just it has really good texture to it when he's grumbling. Like the gruffness is just really well sold there. Like I think that's definitely maybe an underappreciated aspect of the character's voice. Like like it goes all the way up and down, very gracefully. Oh, I didn't know he also did Gong's voice, but that makes sense. Definitely has the range for it. And Gong is definitely such a great character in FP2. Regardless of what anybody thinks about the story, like certain characters definitely have definitely shine in certain parts of the story. And Gong is honestly relatable at certain points, like where he just dives, like, drops his face straight into a plate of food, and, like, I feel that. I feel that so hard on my lunch breaks at work. You just want to drop your face on that food. Famished. Absolutely famished. Yeah, I think Serpentine definitely has the potential to be like a main villain like character. That potential is absolutely there. Like he stole the show repeatedly in FP2 story, and it would also be good to see him just completely and totally steal the show in a sequel. He would just be so good at it. Like, it would not feel like, a minor villain becomes the big, super big bad. Oh no, I am just manufacturing my fear preemptively. Oh no. Like, he could be properly terrifying in his own weird gremlin little way. It's like, when you really think about Serpentine as a character, he is, like, actually very competent. Like, his threats are real. He could do terrible things to you if he wants. Like, he doesn't play around. But the problem is, like, he faces opponents like Lilac, Carol, and Mila who just happen to be more terribly powerful than him. So he gets powerfully owned. Like, that is like... So he's basically like the Krillin of the Freedom Planet universe. It's like, very powerful and intimidating in his own right. He just, the universe did not favor his power level compared to everyone else's. I do love plantains too. They're really good. I just can't cook them right. Like, I am not great at cooking plantains properly. I wish I was. I do love them. Oh yeah, there's definitely a reason he's a general and not like some minor lackey. And I do like that about the character. He he could be a proper force to be reckoned with. It just the girls just happen to be stronger than him. You know, kind of like that one Undertale song, like "Stronger Than You." Yeah, that's literally his problem. Just, yeah. But he is properly scary when he wants to be. He just gets powerfully so hard. If I just gave him a chance to shine, like people could absolutely see that more clearly. Yeah, he would also be a good anti-hero too. Yes, like he and he would absolutely be the one on the more evil side of the scale too. Like, you know, Shadow, you know, you could say he's like vaguely more hero than anti-hero. Like, he still does the right thing at the end of the day for how edgy he is. You know, because he has a heart. You know, even though he's edgy, but you know, he just. But then you know, you got Serpentine, who would absolutely not do the right thing. um, just he could be the protagonist of his own story, but he would be causing a lot of problems if he was allowed to. That's definitely his thing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that song was from like a pre-existing thing, because like you know the Undertale. You know, people are very clever about transforming certain songs, and so if it did come from Steven Universe, well, that's pretty darn clever, I'll say. Like I wouldn't have known that came from a completely different property. They just transformed it so well into, I mean, adapted it so well into Undertale's context. I just wouldn't have known. I love that song too. It's just I listened to it a lot for a while. Like it's just you know, Undertale's popularity also begot a lot of you know, fan made music covers and whatnot. It was just it was overwhelming to drink it all in. Really, it's just like wow, there's so much good stuff, and I could just barely find it all. This is incredible. And you try looking at Freedom Planet remixes, and it's like so depressing. There's like barely anything in comparison, which is a shame because there's lots of great stuff. Lots of great songs I'd love to hear new takes on, but you know, it's pretty hard dug into a niche. So we'll get the occasional soul who will take a crack at it. Um, and yeah, we were talking about Stronger Than You. Yeah, I could see that being the case if you were like digging more into the you know, the dark side of Undertale, because I felt like oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, Undertale definitely picked me up as well when I played it. Like I was like unfairly judgy of it at first because like I just didn't understand the appeal of it, but then I played it and it didn't just feel like you know playing and consuming any other game. It felt like a life-changing experience. I felt like a slightly different person when I walked away from the desk. I felt like my heart had grown a little. Like that was a very humbling experience. I'm very glad that it exists and that I gave it a chance. Like it's such an incredible game. Like there are very few games that I can say just broke my heart and put it back together again like Undertale did. like some of its most wholesome moments are like denoted with something extremely funny as well. And it's so good at picking you back up after it knocks you down emotionally as well. Like it's one of those few games where I felt like I experienced 6 major emotions all at once. Like, you know, it made me angry, it made me anxious, it made me sad, it made me smile, and it made me smile through the tears. Like it's just an incredible emotional range for a game with storytelling. I was deeply in love with the story. Like I haven't replayed Undertale too much. Like, you know, just doing only you know, pacifist runs can only net you so much replay value, but like I will never forget that experience. That changed the way I saw writing in video games even. Like that game and Hollow Knight together just uh, nailed away any notion that, you know, video game stories don't need to be serious or don't need to be good for the game to be good. Like if the story is also good in the video game, like it's not just a bonus, it really makes the experience all the more special. Like, you know, again, the story doesn't need to be great for a video game, but when it is, like it becomes an experience that that you always carry with you in your heart, and you just love it even more. Like it just and Undertale is definitely one of those games for me. It just such a special experience. I could see why people love it and, you know, wanted to make fan games and mods of it and make all this transformative content because, you know, it's such a unique, special experience, and it's good to see, you know, Toby is still around doing stuff as well. Like, and even Deltarune got me a little weepy with some of its songs, like you know, the song simply titled "Friendship." You know, that just that spoke to me very personally. Like, especially, you know, the lyrics as well. Like, it just hit you right in the heartstrings. That was so special. Uh, I can't wait to see the finished game. I don't know if I'll play the finished game because it would probably be too much RPG for me. But I'd probably like to at least see it all at least once. Because, you know, Toby and his crew, they're doing something really special here, and I don't want to miss that. Yeah, and I still need to play Undertale Yellow myself. Like, I just I've only heard good things about it. Even just looking at, you know, the trailer and the download page just instantly made me download it. I've only seen the beginning thus far, but what I have seen of it, it's like they really go out of their way to establish that they're being authentic to the source material, and then they throw you into the new stuff, and it's like, wow, that there is a particular attention to detail that precludes the rest of the experience, and clearly the game speaks for itself given the praise for it. So yeah, I can't wait to play it proper one of these days. And, you know, I loved Undertale anyway. It'd be nice to experience like a whole new campaign within that setting. Like, it's kind of nice that Deltarune exists and we can still see the same characters in a whole new setting, but going back to Undertale's exact setting, it would be very welcome for me. Boingy boingy indeed. He is being very boinky boinky. Depending on how this animation transitions, we may want to add another in-between frame or two as well, but I would need to communicate with Kubo on that one, because like I wouldn't want to you know, give him too much extra work in terms of like the because depending on how a game is put together, like adding more frames to a character may or may not be a huge pain, as I described earlier. So I'd need to communicate with Kubo on that one. Like, would it be possible to add more in between frames of this character? Would that be a pain? So if we do need more, we'll see. But this animation should move so quickly that wouldn't even be a thought. Wouldn't be necessary, I mean. Oh yeah, I definitely feel that with Deltarune, that the ending to it will probably also make us cry, or at the very least feel very emotionally satisfied with it. Like, wow, this is great. Just like it's like already, just playing episode 1. I haven't tried episode 2 yet. Playing episode 1 is like, wow, this is already like a complete video game of its own. It was already like very good. Like, it's crazy to imagine what else is in store for this game. But hopefully the conclusion is great. Like, it's gonna be a tall order for them, so it'll be interesting to see how that concludes. But for now, I think everyone's happy to like just get another episode update, and they did say it like the next couple of chapters would be paid, which is like good, because like it's pretty nice that the first couple of chapters were free, but Undertale's commercial shelf life could only self-fund that project so far, I think. So yeah, they're gonna need a new revenue stream at some point. It's just way the cookie crumbles. So that's reassuring, like good, and I imagine people will buy that in droves. Like, people are super excited to see what becomes of the next episodes. I think even people who were alienated by chapter 1 being like all anti-choice, like your choices don't matter, probably came back around for episode 2. I would hope. Oh yeah, like they did confirm the next episodes would be paid, so yeah, I'd be happy to pay for that too. Like, and given like the fan base around Undertale, people are definitely going to show up holding their dollars eagerly. Even like the chocolate bar guy from SpongeBob, they'll just scream Deltarune and run towards it with all their money in their hand. They're just gonna do it. I think all of us will. It's exciting. I still need to play chapter 2. I've only heard good things about it, especially in regards to Queen. It's like, oh my god, this sounds like the perfect Jester of Chaos kind of character. Oh, I got some weird burps today. So yeah, that should be a good time. Oh yeah, that's what I've heard about Queen. She is such a wild card. Like, I won't attempt to spoil anything for y'all, but I have, for anyone who hasn't played chapter 2 yet, but the things I have heard about Queen are just, oh my god, this is like such an insane character. I have to, and it's kind of crazy to think my next video game's protagonist could even make a reference to the character with just the face. Like, I also have a protagonist with like a screen for a face, so she could also like make a Queen reference. We could get away with it. It's gonna be funny. Like, that character probably definitely influenced certain people. Like, Oh my god, this just. I definitely need to see what Queen's all about when I get around to playing it. Lately, I've been sucked into playing a lot of old games again, like games that I wished I'd played more of as a kid. So like I'll come back to modern stuff soon enough. I'm just in a very deep hole of healing my inner child. Like, yes, these are the games that I wish I could have played more of, or wish I had appreciated at the time and then played more of. Because like with Wind Waker especially, I was definitely in the crowd that was like, "Oh my god, where's the ultra realistic next gen Zelda game?" Like, oh my god, And then I tried it anyway and liked the game, but then it was like, "Oh my god, this game doesn't have enough dungeons." Oh my god, Triforce Quest. Like, I was just had so many childish complaints about it. And then going back to it as an adult, I'm like, oh my god, there is so much heart put into this game. There is so much more to it than just dungeon crawling and graphics. And the game does actually push the GameCube pretty hard to achieve its simplistic, cartoonish style. Uh, Ironically, like there's a lot of computers that can't even handle emulating some parts of the game. It's it's doing a lot more tricks than people know under the hood as well. So it's still a next gen game. It's just not the one people wanted at the time. The children. And yes, I'm calling out my past self, calling them you dumb child. You don't know what you were missing out on. Because adult me over here is sobbing over how good the story is. Like I especially love the the mid game scene where Link visits his grandma and she's like super depressed, like really really depressed about her grandkids being out. Air like sister is captured and her brother's trying to save her and she's just all alone at home, and all she can do is worry about them. And you can uh, fix her problem by bringing a fairy to her, and it heals her. And it's like adult me's over here crying, like, oh my god, she was literally dying of depression. Just like, God, just hit me so hard. It's like, oh my god, like, just like that's particular part of the story was written by somebody who had probably lost their grandma and just needed to, and that was like probably their way of coping with it, was writing a story where you know a child would like go to a distant mountain to find something to heal their poor grandma with. I think any of us kids who loved our grandparents back then, they would have crossed any mountain or any ocean to do anything to save their grandparents. But like that was probably, that came from the heart, and it spoke to me so hard. It's like, wow, just somebody on that team really loved their grandma. Just that touched me very personally. Like the story is just full of little things like that. Like it is, I just couldn't believe that. Like my much younger self just kind of missed all of that stuff. Like I thought video games didn't really have good storytelling and never would, but there was this game right here under my nose. Just, and it's such a beautiful thing. So yeah, I'm still like kind of catching up on the things that I wish I had spent more time with as a kid with those games. It's just like Like, that's not even the first Zelda game that's done that to me. I remember as a kid, I completely misunderstood, Link's Awakening. Just thinking, oh my god, this game's hard, it sucks, and I just didn't play it. But then I go back to it as an adult, and uh, it was yet another one of those games that struck me with its storytelling. It's like, this is such a heartfelt story that, with some moral ambiguity and ambiguity to it, is just incredible. Um, Exploration of I felt like there were lots of allegories to life and death, just kind of explored through the format of dreams. It's just such a beautiful thing. And the Ballad of the Windfish, it still jerks a tear out of my eye. It's just such a great theme. It's even like it's my alarm theme, the Ballad of the Windfish. So I wake up to that every day. So it's not just the song used to wake up whales. That's what can wake me up as well. Heavy sleeper. So it's kind of funny. Yeah, that song is very good for that, and my ears are just trained to wake me up to that song now if I hear it. So I've kept that as my alarm forever now. Like, is one of those themes that really strikes you. It's so powerful, kind of like a lot of Undertale's music, where it's just like you can't possibly forget it. It's just, it strikes you so personally. I think I've spent enough time on this frame. Let's go bother Spade on this side of the aisle. So yeah, I think we can worry less about his anatomy here. Wait a minute, Gimp, what are you doing? I thought it lagged on me for a second. Wasn't letting me put it down. Also, we have an inconsistent sheet issue. But I think that's okay. I don't think that stops Kubo much. Like, yeah, let me catch up on the chat. I got so caught up in my own little tangents. Oh, that's right. Queen does talk a bit about bananas. Oh yeah, that's right. We could have photo mode sprites for Spade too. Like, yeah, if you've got any ideas for those, we could absolutely have that. Like, I think people would love seeing that attention to detail. I think the photo mode in Freedom Planet 2 got sorely underused. I was expecting it to be like a very compelling feature, and like nobody ever uses it. It's so sad. But I think anybody playing the mod would absolutely appreciate it. So that would be nice, honestly. Okay, yeah, this frame should be a little easier to do, because we have a lot of smear frame action going here. Like, I think all I did, like for this smear frame, for instance, just like add some light reds to it on the inside. Oh yeah, I did add a little bit more contrast too, so yeah, we'll just do that. Like, selectively lighting certain parts. Aw. Well, hope you have a good day then. Appreciate you coming. But yeah, if you end up doing some photo mode sprites, people love it. Especially the people who don't use photo mode often, and they just try it with Spade just to see if it would work, and then they're like, oh my god, they thought of this. Somebody will have that oh my god moment, that Carol oh my god face moment. It's probably still my favorite face out of the whole game is when Carol just is bordering on drooling over the Battlesphere commercial. Just absolutely so enamored with it, she doesn't even move her legs while scooting off. She is just moving towards that. And makes up the excuse that she's just going to go get ice cream. To Mila, well, I'm going to get ice cream, Mila. Gotta go get this ice cream. All the way in Shangmu for some reason, but it's very special ice cream. You just gotta try it. Oh my lord, that character definitely has some good moments. Then, let's see. Yeah, we still have 1 more hour to the stream. Hopefully I'll finish shading this animation before then. But if not, I will keep shading it throughout the week so that we'll have something new to look at for the next one. So I want to see how much copy pasta I could get away with for this card, because it looks like I could copy paste this playing card here. Please tell me I can. Oh my god, no. To whoever drew these sprites, why do you torture me so? Why? Why must everything be shaded by hand? Oh my god. But hey, just 2 more frames. What have I got left to complain about? We're almost there. Oh, that's right. Almost forgot his hair over here. That is definitely an accurate emote right now. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Totally fine. I'm still not overseeing a version of This Is Fine. Like, that is, This Is Fine dog, but, the fire is made out of rainbows. That is also a very accurate emotion, I think. Yeah, this is fine. Everything's on fire, but hey, not that bad. When you take the fire and make it your own chaos. Your own special brand of chaos. Like Dusky would. We have that one. Oh, yeah, I think these are like smears of the same hand. Let's look. Yeah, this is the same arm, just smeared up. So yeah, I can leave the foreground colors on it. But hey, at least I can copy and paste like most of the shading details on his face, so that's what I'll do. That will save a lot of time because you spend a lot of time on character faces. This should save a little suffering. Yes, it will. I think. Yeah, and the hair will move with the other frame, so it shouldn't be too bad. Now, this all looks like the same details anyway, yes, so I would just have to, well, we have to keep that because I added that detail in. Don't want to be inconsistent with myself. We need to do, like, remove these, remove the scarf from the copy as well. So Oh yeah, I hadn't removed enough of it. Oh, that's right, I never picked the soundtrack for this stream. Probably too late now. You know what? I'm in a SimCity mood. Let's pull up SPC 2000. Where is it in my cursed apps folder? Let's see. SPC. Go. Yeah, so we'll open that. Well, I know I had a shortcut to a music folder in there. That's a shame. Okay, so yeah, we'll go to music. Just look how cursed my folder arrangement is, y'all. Just oh yeah, like that's like the only version of SimCity I've ever played. It's the Super Nintendo version. Like I don't know, I just like I gotta have the goofy mascot characters in my video games. Okay. Oh, this is loud. Where is the volume? Here we go. Turn this down to 10%. There we go. All right. No, need to be lower. There we go. Yeah, I definitely haven't played those games, but I probably would like listen to their music regardless. Like there's lots of games that I don't have interest in but still love their soundtracks anyway. Like the NES Batman games, they have like really good music. I don't care about playing them, but I've got to appreciate the composer work there. I've got to. Oh, over on repeat, that's no good. Play order, no. Next item. There we go. Now, is that... Am I happy with this? Okay, yes I am. Definitely not very topical music, but hopefully you'll have an appreciation for music. Anybody just joining the stream now is going to be like, what is going on here? I thought this was like Shangmu Architect streaming. Like, you're drawing Spade and there's like this weird music, this bardy Super NES music playing. Like, what is this from? Oh yeah, what am I doing? I'm just, here we go. Spade City, oh my god. I don't think anybody would like the city planning in that city. The housing costs would be too high. Roads wouldn't be well maintained. The pollution would probably be measured in playing cards instead of numbers. Oops, all jokers today. Yeah, maybe don't breathe today. Just maybe don't try not breathing today. The pollution's really bad. Oh, perfectly apt music there. That would be Spade City's main theme. That's the kind of music that plays when like there's a really bad scenario playing out. Like for instance, if Bowser is invading your city as like a kaiju, which is so funny. I love that. And even the tornadoes, they have like scary faces on them, and it's so funny. Just the Super NES version is just so charming. No, wait, no, that's what plays when Bowser is his foot. It's one of the reasons I love the Super Nintendo version, because it's just so goofy while still maintaining what makes SimCity worth playing. Like, I did play a half an hour of it yesterday because I just wanted to see if I was any better at it compared to when I was a kid. And yeah, kind of. I was able to figure out why I sucked at it as a kid. It's like, okay, so apparently, like, with every police station you put down, that's $100 on the yearly budget. But, like, so the more police station and fire departments you put down, that's adding to your operating costs. And the more roads you put down, that adds to your transportation maintenance costs. Like, Kid Me would just, like, plant, like, all the football stadiums, all the police departments and stuff, and just build, like, as much road as my money would allow. And I'd just run out of money, and the money would go into negatives, I think, because I just wouldn't know what I was doing. So now it's like, okay, I still need to restart this city, but I finally figured out why I couldn't be good at the game as a kid. Like, if you... Like, the more you know about the real world, the easier it is to intuit what you're doing wrong. But when you're a kid, like, you don't know how the adult world functions. You're just like, what? So does... You know, like, does paper pushing literally mean pushing paper around? You know? You don't know. Like, just think of all the crazy stuff the Rugrats thought about work. Which, probably had some very clear allegories to reality, but still, yeah. Paper airplanes. Wouldn't that be faster? That is definitely a kid way to think about a problem. I loved making paper airplanes as a kid. That was so much fun. Oh, this is one of my favorite themes from the game as well. I just love it. Like, Soya Oko is such a good composer. Just love her work. And she apparently also composed the NES version soundtrack, and only once the prototype build got on the internet were we able to even hear it all. Which is just nice. You can finally appreciate more of this good quality work here. Like, it's kind of weird. I'm like, as far as like my Super NES habits go, like, I mostly play like all the platformers, and then there's like this this SimCity right here in the middle that I also happen to like. My parents played it a lot when I was a kid. They'd sometimes leave the Super Nintendo just like running all night so the tax money would collect throughout the years. It's pretty funny. Lots of memories of that game. And their cities would be all big and elaborate and successful, and all my cities would just be like garbage dumps with pollution literally everywhere. And like the tornadoes and hurricanes and Bowsers everywhere. And it's just like, oh my god, why can't I make cities as good? What's wrong with the way I'm doing things? And now as an adult, I'm like, oh, well, it'd help if you understood the adult world's functioning better. Instead of and the game's really good about letting you hear the voices of the people. Like, you can just check what people are complaining about the most, and the instant I defunded the police department, you know, for the defund the police joke, like, everyone started complaining about crime more, and people were depopulating the city like 300 per month, and it was like, oh my god, okay, I guess I can't give them less than 75% funding or they'll complain about pollution. Just and crime. And I took away some of transportation budget, like try to get the balance sheet to work out so we could make a profit off taxes per year, and it was like, okay, pollution just skyrocketed because, you know, transportation and maintenance was not being funded fully. Like, oh, whoops. So, okay, it makes sense, because, you know, if you look at real life roads, they very easily like crumble down to nothing and are covered in trash you have to avoid. Like playing a game of Frogger with trash in your car. It's terrible. So yeah, it kind of adds up in my personal experience. Like, okay, this game works is pretty intuitive, so I can imagine like how a high-level play works out with the more advanced games. And I think the Super Nintendo did get like a more normal version of The Sims eventually as well as the cartoony one. But even the goofy one was like still pretty well rooted in reality. And you could always ask Mr. Right for help. He was definitely very good at giving advice. Kid me didn't know what to do with that advice, but adult me sees, oh, this is like very, very good advice. And it kind of wrapped up with reality too, because just within that 30-minute session, I was figuring out so much. It's like, okay, if you put commercial districts too close to residential districts, that raises housing costs because now that property is extremely valuable because it's like, right next to all these commercial districts. Like here in this real life town, like, the closer you get to the commercial centers, the more expensive the real estate gets. And the further away you get, that's also valuable because, like, some people do want to live further away from the city, so they specifically want to get away from that. And the property becomes more valuable, and also transportation costs go up because you gotta commute further. So it's like you gotta have a balance in terms of like how far away or how close commercial districts are in that game. So it's like, yeah, it should be within biking distance, but not like walking distance, or the game will be like starting to punish you with higher rising housing costs. And me like putting down more residential districts like right next to the commercial districts to patch the problem didn't work because it meant, well, okay, now you have even more high-priced housing all clustered around these commercial districts. So you have a little bit of distance there. So that didn't fix the problem. So yeah, city planning is an art in itself, and definitely gives me more respect for real-life city planners. They're probably the most hated people in any city. What they have to do is quite difficult, really. There's so much you have to consider. It's just mind-boggling, and that's just what a little cartoony video game is teaching me. Just imagine like planning a city in real life. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, just put like all the industrial districts like across the river away from everybody. That would probably work. Like that's one thing I did try to do, and nobody complained about pollution near the residential districts because like all the industry was like far away. And people complain about traffic jams really quickly, depending on how you construct your roads. You have to be very economical with roads, or like it adds to your, yearly transportation budget. Because you gotta, somebody has to pay to maintain all that. So just try to be as economical as possible with the number of roads you make, just like in real life. They don't make 10-mile stretches of road for no reason. Just like, oh, we just want to have an usually long road to annoy people. Haha, there's pragmatic reasons for everything. Granted, I do think more cities should be planned with like residential and commercial like within biking or walking distance. I still believe that because our world's a little bit too car-based for its own good. But there is still a balance to strike even with that, I've learned. Yes, walkable cities are very nice, honestly. I'm sure that drives up real estate value, but God, like the fact that you wouldn't need a car in such a city just kind of makes up for that, or at least balances out. It's really nice. Like this city that I live in has pretty decent public transportation too. Like there's plenty of bus stops everywhere, and that's real nice. I still take my car because I just paid it off last year. It's mine. I can use it. Just have to deal with like maintenance costs here and there. Like, hey, this is got my own way of getting around. Must be some sunk cost fallacy in there. But yeah, I still transport myself around, but I do have the option of using the bus if I would really like to. Like save some miles with my car. That's pretty nice. It's nice to have the option instead of like in some cities that I used to live in where public transportation was like non-existent, and it was like made you feel like so isolated and trapped. It's just the worst feeling. I don't really have that problem here, thankfully. Oh, and there's some parts of town that are absolutely walkable too. It's really nice. I wish there was like more parts of the South that were like this, Like down here, you need to have like 1 or 3 cars to be sure you can get around, or you ain't got nothing. It's kind of terrible. Everything's just too far apart. Then we have this. Let's keep that pixel there. Wait, no, we need to remove that. I hate spending any amount of time on that area of a character, but here we are. Oh, and let's also like darken this some more. Very good to darken this particular area of the body. Yeah, I love this music. It's still very good. Like, there's just so many listenable soundtracks on the Super Nintendo. It's one of my all-time favorite consoles, honestly. It's always extremely cozy to go back and listen to some of that music, too. Still got more music in that one. And Punchy also introduced me to some more like Japanese-only games that had really good soundtracks for the system too. It's like, wow. And my goodness, it's just I'm still endlessly discovering games that I didn't even know existed on the platform. Even like Nintendo Switch's online app is introducing me to games that I definitely would have never heard of as a kid. Like Wild Arms is kind of neat. Like if I remember the name right. The budget track. That's extremely sweet for a theme about the budget. I think. Aw. like the daily grind as an artist, like you're just going on mental journeys constantly while drawing. Going down memory lane, thinking about the good and bad things you've done in life. Contemplating all this to good, comfortable music sometimes. Sometimes you just need to tell the dark thoughts to go away and listen to a YouTube essay while you draw. Then on your better days, you just listen to good, comfortable music like this. Sometimes it's really calming to like just draw some nice music. Helps set a positive mood. Might be adding too much anti-aliasing to smear frame. Better settle down there. Not change the shape too much. Because I know the artistic intent of this was like not to go. Like all these creative decisions were made for a reason, so you have to try to work with them as best you can. Like there are no animation errors with any of this work. Aww. This is one of my favorite themes of the whole game. I've fallen asleep to it a lot, as a kid and even as an adult. It's just so sweet. Like how many games, like after you save it and quit, will just tell you good night like this. And I love that somebody expanded on that theme and added more to it. It's just beautiful. Need to go find that sometime. Well, good to know you can build a park eventually. When does Mario appear? That's a spoiler, I think. Okay, new soundtrack time. Let's keep it interesting. Like, what do we listen to, though? Oh, About... Oh yeah, this is one of the RPG Sponge you told me about. I will absolutely butcher the name if I try to pronounce it, but this has really good music. Like... Just kind of waiting for a translation patch eventually. But in the meantime, this is very enjoyable music. Why am I anti-aliasing the smear frame too hard while I've still got other solid shapes? Oh, that's neat. You got Dusty and Spacey over here again. So yeah, let's detail the solid parts of the sprite now. Now let's shape this part. Got a little pixel smear there that we don't need. Oh yeah, that's just going to repeat itself. Let's go to the next one. How about this hand? I think maybe this is something I can copy and paste with a rotate. Maybe? Rotated up the wrong way. Ah, no. I could use it as a reference at least. Why must you torture me so? Whoever animated this. I wonder if these were like rough drafts by Raphael, because like one of the people who used to work for Spade, you know, he helped animate a lot of stuff in this game. Like he's the reason Libby's sprites look so good. You know, Wade Forward's animators, they don't play around. They make sprites look almost as good, like as expressive as 3D models. It's crazy. I don't know how they have the patience for that, but they do. I think the studio was originally founded by like ex-Disney animators, so that kind of explains the pedigree that they're working with. It's kind of funny they still got to work on Disney licensed games as well. I think this particular track is cute. Hopefully I'm not overshading the hand. That makes it look more like a paw, and we don't need that with the spade. That was definitely the easiest hand to render thus far, though. I appreciate that. I think we can get away with that, yes. Delete this. We'll just remove Spade's third disembodied hand from the sheet. We don't need that. Copy this card as a reference. That way I don't have to zoom in and out so much. I just have that right here. If anyone ever translates this game to English, I think it'd be pretty fun. Just judging by the soundtrack alone. More spacey. I still think that emote is cute. This stuff. This track is also interesting. All these things you would not expect in music. Here it is. I remember one of my friends laughing because he did not expect dog barking. But he loved it, yeah, because he loves dogs. Now, let's see what else we doing here. Yeah, I think the scarf is fine. Let's compare the scarf to previous rains, though. Now the lighting should be okay. Now I'm done using that as a reference. Oh, whoops. Color. Gotta restore this bar over here. Definitely getting hungry for a burrito, but I just got 18 more minutes here. I should have turned this music on earlier. That way it's not just me running my voice into the ground chatting, you know. And it gives us more to talk about too, I think. Like, music is a pretty universally loved thing, I think. Like, it's a common ground for almost every person on this earth. Almost. Like, it's one of the reasons I have a music hobby myself. I'm trying to learn how to play these little ocarinas. Like, because even well outside the video game space, I'm able to connect with people I otherwise wouldn't be through these little instruments, and it's really nice. Like, it's just wild to me how unanimously, like, people are just fascinated by little clay flutes and other things, especially their history. So naturally, I end up having a lot to talk about with people, even while still learning how to play the instrument properly. I'd like to learn another proper instrument too, like particularly one with like a stable pitch, you know, like a piano. That way I'm like training my ear against like what every pitch should sound like, you know, for instance. Like, you know, perfect pitch is something very few people can have, but you can still have relative pitch, which has its pros and cons, like perfect pitch does. So as long as you have either relative pitch or perfect pitch, you can be a musician. I know some people who call themselves perfect pitch cheaters, because like, because you know they figured that out from an early age and allows them to like reassemble any song they want onto a music sheet with very little effort. I've definitely seen that with some Freedom Planet rearrangements. It's like, wow, how did you like reconstruct that entire song and then rearrange it in your own way in like a week? Just how? Even Dusky can do that, it's crazy. That's right, the shoe should be darker here. Review. Oh yeah, there's a theme for God, apparently. I'd love to know the context for this song. we're making progress. Oh yeah, now we need to kind of shade his leg over here, not too much. And I think that'll be the last detail for this frame. Which is good, because this is like very tedious work. I think this is going better than the last stream at least, because like I feel like I'm getting more done. Because you know, with the previous stream, all I did was I shaded like 2 whole frames and copy pasted them and rotated through the rest of the sheet. Like with this jump frame, I feel like that was all I got done, and a whole lot of talking. Whereas here it's like, okay, there's lots of stuff we had to do by hand here. A lot of stuff. Like even comic artists who like, you know, if they have to reuse a panel for a comic, like they'll still redraw it anyway, just like so it's not like you're looking at exactly the same thing every time. There's a very subtle attention to detail, I think, you know, so it's never like completely monotonous. Like I just admire that level of dedication to the craft. Like we can skip to my favorite track, Dolphin Show. I love the aquariums. The image is just beautiful. Love it. Like some shift of the pixels around here, because like, you know, the ankle is moving, so this needs to not be so uniform. And it's like shifting forward, so there should be more contrast over here. The movement by shifting this forward a little bit. There we go. I think I can get away with some more shading over this area. See how that looks. Could use some shading here. Only makes sense. This movement here doesn't make sense though. Okay, that ought to do it. Hopefully that animates well. Hey, we're close to being able to render a GIF of this. Isn't that something? I'm sorry, a GIF. That's the intended pronunciation, as crazy as that sounds. It is GIF, not GIF. Granted, we all still call it GIF anyway, because, you know, we're very stubborn creatures and we don't care. But I say GIF just to throw some people off on purpose. It's funny. Very funny. So, transforms away. Choosy moms choose GIF, not GIF. I guess. Oh, I can finally copy-paste a card. Oh, not the hand, but the card. That helps a lot. With render time. Finally, a detail I can copy pasta. So just keep that. This. Well, mostly copy paste. Still have to draw in new details. Okay, so the pinky takes up quite a bit of space here. Wait, no. Okay, we have the card mostly shaded. What about Spade's hair? Oh. Well, hello, Lee. There's one of our contributors for the mod as well. We are currently about to render a GIF of Spade, a GIF, if you will. I need to change how the hair animates for that particular little patch, but everything else is gonna match. We can copy paste. What I'm gonna do is like reduce the transparency of the frame so I can just erase everything that's not relevant here. Even copy pasting in Pixar is not as simple as just copy and paste. It's like surgery almost, adding stuff in. Sometimes you end up just redoing something from scratch simply to save yourself some sanity. To copy and paste is a very particular choice. Sometimes you want to do it, sometimes you really don't. Aw. Well, the stream is about to end, like, because, you know, we're scheduled to, like, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So, yeah, probably, well, not necessarily 5 minutes, but it will end as soon as we render the GIF for Spade. GIF. See, I'm stubborn. I still want to say GIF, not GIF. I still want to say that. Even though I know the proper pronunciation. Hello, Creeper. It's good to see you're back. Well, can I please copy and paste one more hand? Probably. We shall see. Yes and no. Yes and no. I'll love this theme as well. Popularize a GIF format. I think people would love a GIF format if only for the jokes. Well, if you're talking about the music, it sure is pretty, isn't it? Joke interchange format. I love that, Leaf. I'm screenshotting that for later. Just, that is great. Joke interchange. You struck gold today, Leaf. Gold star. I'm not going to use the "you tried" sticker. This is the real gold star. Okay, now the fun thing about checking your animations with the end sprite is you have to check it against the second to last frame and the first one. So let's make a copy of this. That way you can tell that, it's accurately, transitioning from the first animation to the starting loop correctly. Start. That way I don't get these layers mixed up, start and end. So yeah, we have to check it against the second to last and the first. Okay, we're not doing too bad so far. But I do need to fix this though. This is a problem because like the shading, the first two frames for this leg does not match the others. That would be a big problem when running, so yeah, we gotta fix that. I do like this theme too. It's pretty actiony. Alright, so let's just compare it. Try to get it right. Keep that bagginess going too. Okay, so the stream might trail on beyond 2 p.m. just a little bit. Because, again, I do want y'all to see a finished shaded animation before we end it. This wouldn't be fair to be like, okay, 2 o'clock, gotta go, bye-bye, Insultingly hurried bye-bye noises and just gone, that's not my thing. I need to try Dungeons of Aether at some time. But I would be surprised if it took some inspiration from games like this. I wouldn't. There's also good music in this game. The name of the game, if I can pronounce it correctly, is Go Kujo Boken Tai. I hope I got that right. Oh, they will only wish they knew what was going on. But hey, there's definitely weirder streams out there if you really want that feeling. And I am not one of those weirder streams. Not because I'm judgy, just it's just not my style. I'm sure you could find a stream out there on Twitch that's like, yeah, I'm just going to farm pig coins in modded Minecraft so that I can unlock the, yeah, just some extremely weird, arbitrary thing, like the chest with unlimited bread or something, I don't know. There is probably a stream doing that exact thing right now. Minecraft is a very big world in terms of streaming and gaming in general. Let's see. Hopefully I got that right. Let's check out this looks. Yeah, don't have to worry too much about how this connects to the other frames, because like there's a smear frame preceding it, but I just want to see how consistent it looks stylistically. Oh yeah, that'll work. Not super consistent, but it'll work. You don't have to worry about it being jarringly different. You just have to emulate this to the other frame. This almost sounds like a Final Fantasy track. Almost. Like, it just has like a Final Fantasy moment that goes back to doing its own thing. Yeah, that's right, these aren't part of the hand. The thumbs are up there, silly. I didn't know that was a thing you could do in Aces Sprite. I always have to like copy and paste everything by hand if I want to make a GIF export. It's very tedious. Yeah, that does help a lot. Yeah, we'll want it like right there, then this. that's pretty neat. I would definitely get some mileage out of Ace of Sprite if I could, like, get myself to learn it. Dumb gremlin brain is just like, oh, but I can't move the toolbar to the left. Which is very petty and childish of me. I really should, like, grow past that. Like, yes, your art toolbar can be on the right. It can be over there. Why do you like this, brain? Oh, whoops, I didn't. I applied this change to the copy instead of the original. Very silly. Yeah, it's going to be 2 pixels thick. Yeah, I hope I got it right. Let's check now. See how this looks in animation. Oh good, it just looks like it should. Alright. That'll do it. Now that means I have to get rid of the start frame over here and copy it again. Okay, and now I need to fix the leg on this one to match the other one. Oh yeah, I did see that for Ace of Sprite that, you know, it is on the roadmap for them. It's just, yeah, like, thing that's been on the list for like 3 years. You know, you got so much, you got so many things on your list to worry about, you know, like, yeah, it's just, it kind of makes sense why that hasn't been put in yet. And I know they've reworked a lot of tools, in particular. Like, you know, they've added like tile maps and all this other crazy stuff that you do not see in other art tools at all, really. It's just kind of insane that Ace of Sprite has any of this now. So yeah, I can see them having been very busy bees with that first. Even I've got some items on my to-do list that I've had for like 3 years that, like, yeah, here's this long-standing core bug with the fan game that needs to be fixed so that the overall experience is as polished as people expect it to be. But man, baby brain don't want to do it right now, so it's just been on the list. Yeah, I agree, tile maps is insane. I still can't believe they did it. Like dark magic, really. An art tool can do that. So they've been asking for a left toolbar for almost 10 years now. That's pretty funny. Well, one thing at a time. Like, I remember when LMMS, like a software DAW tool, it didn't have an undo feature for years. Like, I had to explain to a friend that yes, it does have that now. And he was so shocked, like immediately went and downloaded it again, because it's like, oh my god, this is useful now. It has an undo button. I'm over here like, yeah, undo still doesn't work in Shaman Architect's editor because I need to make that work first. It does not work. Like, yeah, it's just, there's proof of concept code in the game, but it's absolutely not doing that yet. Okay, I got some consistency issues. Ooh, very bad consistency issue here. So let's full of gas today. Yeah, it is kind of funny that, like, when it comes to software development, a lot of stuff just falls to the wayside for years and years. Like, I don't know how many changelogs of this fan game I have where I mentioned, yeah, here's like a 3-year-old bug I just fixed, finally. Like, just a constant thing that I'm doing, I find. Okay, so is this frame consistent with the second to last frame and the start frame? Well, easier to check after I get rid of this distracting third distant bottom leg. Okay, so let's check. Oh yeah, it's been like 30 years since like MS Paint became a thing, and we're just now getting layers. It's funny. The background color is okay. Yeah, we're good. So yeah, it's consistent with the looping frame, which is good. Oh wait, this is not supposed to have this color. It's not foreground hand, so it shouldn't have these highlights. It's distracting. There we go. Alright, I think we're finally at the point that we can test this animation and see if it's working. Oh wait, I haven't rendered this hand. Oh, just when I thought it was ready. Yeah. Put this frame back here so we have a literal frame of reference here. Bump up the contrast. Then an image. Yeah, the Super NES has a lot of those. Super Metroid has a very similar sounding track, even, I think, as well. It was very nice, though. Very atmospheric. This much contrast on help it. Always remember, pinky out. See, Spade never forgot the rule of tea drinking. Patrick Star would be so proud. Oh yeah, like the Super NES has like some really great music for atmosphere, I think. There's just so many good games that that took full advantage of like the Super NES kind of had more or less like an not exactly a tracker format, but something like that, so which with very heavily compressed samples. So yeah, it could kind of create almost any sound aesthetic you wanted for your games if you didn't mind working with that particular limitation. But now, oh, that's right, I haven't rendered the cup here, so let's fix that. One more thing, but it just keeps happening. Oh yeah, the Genesis sound chip is certainly amazing for that. Like, there's lots of really beautiful renditions of like Mega Man music on the Genesis chip. Like, it absolutely captures the intensity that you would expect. Super NES could go hard too, but not quite like that. It would be consistent if it was just like a Tetris piece highlight there. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, now let's test the animation finally. This one frame. Oh, the inconsistent frames is a bit deeper than that even. Oh no. I just missed that. Oh, Star Fox had some pretty good music. I quite love its soundtrack. Let's try to keep Spade somewhat centered. And then this over here. Testing animations is very tedious because, like, if you realize you made a mistake, you'll have to like edit the particular frame that you're working on, then copy it back to the open GIF that you're working on. So it's like the tedium is quite real. And because like the zoom like really sucks for the animation tool, we have to like make it bigger. Scaled the sprite by about 4 times. Now let's see how this looks. Zoom in by 100%. There we go. Now let's play it. Oh wow, I got lucky. There's very few things that went wrong in motion here. It helps that, you know, the animation was already made by a very competent pixel artist to start with. I was just trying to be sure my shading is consistent on it. Got really lucky there. It's just only gonna need a couple of passes. Hey, there you have it, everybody. We have Spade attacking in midair with proper hair movement and everything. Yeah, the shoes is where I'm seeing some inconsistencies too. Particularly his left shoe. Yeah, I should be able to fix that. But I think it's worthy of like making an animated GIF of. GIF. Yeah, we've got him. So let's go ahead and export this as a GIF. So Spade FP2 mod, exports. So we'll say it's kind of dark here. We can keep it at like that. Now see how the GIF looks. Come on, there we go. Oh yeah, the Spade folder is in my game contents. Then go to exports. There we go. See how the GIF looks. Okay, yeah. Besides the animation error I need to tweak it. Also, maybe a little inconsistency with the leg. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, the fingers don't have inconsistent shading either. That helps a lot. For the most part. I think the line thickness is a bit much on his left hand when it's like real close. Because like that was shaded in context with the original shading that I had on the leg, so it looks like too thickly weighted for the way the legs look now. Oh, that's good to hear, that creature, and I hope that goes well for you, Lee. It was good of you to join the stream. So yeah, I'll attempt to correct this later. Right now I'm just happy that it's done. And we did an actual animation. Now I can say I shaded it. Also, I incorrectly credited the rolling animation. Like, it needs to say like shaded then Bella, because this implies that I made the animation from scratch, which I absolutely did not. Shaded. Bella. Shaded it. The goat did not make the animation. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah. Mid-air. Shaded. There we go. Oh, I also need to fix that for this too. Credits always need to be exactly due, I think. And I'd love to know who originally did all these animations so I could just like credit them for the animation and then y'all for the shading. Maybe I could ask Pixie, like, hey, did you work on any of this? Or do you know who did? Because I know Pixie originally shaded like FP1 Spade's animations. So yeah, that's correct now. I'll post the updated sheet and from the Shingle Architect server for everybody to look at up close. And also post the GIF of what we finished onto Twitter. So yeah, that was a very productive stream. We've spent 4 hours on just shading one animation, but that should tell you how tedious FP2 sprites are to work with. And there's still an animation error to correct, so yeah. With that in mind, well, thank y'all for coming today, and I hope you had a good time watching. We'll be doing this again on Monday, 10 a.m. next week. That's my schedule for now. I'm thinking about switching to Wednesday if it's more convenient for people. We shall see. In the meantime, I appreciate y'all coming, and I hope y'all have a good day. I'll still be up to game development stuff, probably on the Shingle Architect Discord, if y'all want to keep up with me there. So So yes. Yeah. This feels like the perfect outro music. Well, y'all have a good day. Thank you for coming.